And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the late night special of the Alien stream. And you could be watching from another galaxy, anywhere in the universe, or the country, or the world, and I appreciate that. Aliens and Earthlings alike. And also, we just had Thanksgiving, and happy Thanksgiving to all of you. We'll be talking about that, and along with some other stuff that I talk about on the show. And now I'll be switching over to the other screen, so you all can see me. Okay, here we go. All right, so hello everybody. I hope all of you had a great Thanksgiving, and I did. It was really good. And some people may have had good Thanksgivings. Some people may have had not so good Thanksgivings. Some people had probably had a variety of different experiences. So we all had, a story to tell nonetheless. So, yeah, and then we have Hello Dwayne with the classic Rose and Hi Alien, and Curse Zero, hello there. The infamous purple and gold mist seeps in from the floor and gathers to form my body. Yeah, shout out to you, alien brethren. I like that. And so basically, what I'm about to do is I'm about to start the game, and then later on, as the stream goes on, I will talk about different things with thanks. I'll talk about the history of Thanksgiving and my take on it. Also, we'll be talking about other stuff that's going on, some new updates about things I've been up to, and other stuff in general. Probably we'll talk about some. I think I included the spooky story thing in there, so we'll probably talk about some of that stuff. And well, without further ado, I will start the game, and we will continue onward. Okay. Okay. So the game is starting up right now. The weather has gotten very cool down here, and even cold, I'd say. It's fair to say it's cold now. And I like it, but also there's, certain pros and cons to it in general. And also, Curse Zero, we are going to be playing the Pirates of the Caribbean game as usual. And as part of this specific part of the show. And, alright, so there we have it. Pirate game. And then we have this. It's going to go here. All right. Games loading. It is here. Okay, good. Oh, look at this. They have they didn't burn that thing, but they have the torches up. It's pretty cool. All right. And Curse Zero says, yeah, my heater isn't being very smart, being on when it's already hot and off when it's cold. Yeah, it sounds like your heater has a mind of its own. It sounds like a bipolar heater. Yeah. And I got a new ship, by the way. Brand new ship. I got it a couple of days ago, and I've been testing it out. I do need to do some different upgrades on it, but it'll do pretty good. It's called the Galactic Rose. And yeah, last year around this time of year, my heater decided not to work right, and it got repaired. But yeah, it sucks when like it doesn't it doesn't work right. Yeah. I had the Thanksgiving traditional food that you would have, and I ate it for lunch and dinner. And also, Curse Zero says it's the backup heater. Ah, okay. And it's always good to have a backup, given that the backup works correctly. So basically, I had the two meals. I ate it like twice, and because turkey has something in it where it makes you kind of sleepy, and I was feeling it. And then I was talking to some friends and family, like not present with me, but through social media and things like that, and YouTube, communicate with different people, and it was nice to talk to everybody. And some people weren't having the best Thanksgiving, but they didn't want to talk, really, because some people taking care of their relatives and things like that, and it's not like a cheery situation. So shout out to them, the caretakers and stuff that are dealing with a lot of problems. And I think with Thanksgiving, it's interesting with the weather, and with the leaves changing is something interesting. So usually down here, you'll have a situation where people will say that the weather, I mean the trees don't change, and but actually it depends on the type of tree. I have some trees that are technically from China that were brought here to America around the colonial era, the colonial era, and they were put here as ornamental plants. And there's these nice big trees, and they change colors from yellow to orange to red. But a lot of the other trees, they don't do that, and people thought they just don't do it down here. But people, this is when I clearly discovered it's not about the temperature, the weather here. It's the type of tree, because a lot of the trees will turn brown and they will fall off, like the cypress trees and things like that. But it depends on the breed of tree. Remember, like people were telling me like, oh, they don't change colors. I'm like, I'm looking at this thing changing red, this red tree. And it's like, there's just something unique. I knew when I saw the tree when I was a kid, it was a cool tree to keep, and now it's a skyscraper now. So that's cool when that happens. And I like with the Thanksgiving story, it's about unity of different groups coming together. And it was good for the different names for this group: Native American, Indigenous, however people want to say the name. They helped the pilgrims not starve to death, and they taught them how to do food and hunting and stuff like that, and they had a feast in this, story. It's very interesting, and I think it's good for more unity to happen, because a lot of people don't want unity; they want more division. And thank you. Put this thing here. All right. So that is, it's a good, example to follow, and some people will have problems with everything, but I think it's a good holiday for family and friends and all can come together. All right. Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see how this thing does. Going through this maze. We're trying not to get hit at all. It's a much bigger ship than the one before. All right, we got these three ships out there trying, kind of hanging out. Okay. And it looks like with this, sometimes it'll shoot the cannons sporadically, just everywhere. regarding the trials have been off for the past few weeks. And base I mean not the past few weeks. What I meant to say was the trials have been off for the past week. Just it was a Thanksgiving, they took the holiday. No new trials are really happening, so it seemed like a week off. But YSL, they're still, as far as I know, trying to find the verdict, guilty or not guilty. Which it's a weekend, so tomorrow there will be no trials, obviously. On Monday, we'll see what happens. And a lot of the friends we were watching YSL, Jeffrey Williams, he took the plea deal, so he's not involved in it anymore. But the Yak and this dude named Shannon, they are the defendants now. And it has been an amazing journey. But the jury's taken a while, which have a lot of information to cover. And there is some closing arguments, and well, yeah. Anyway, but basically, they were able to, as I said, I didn't say it because I don't think it happened before the Thanksgiving break, but so there's Weinstein, which he is an attorney. Doug Weinstein's an attorney for one of the defendants, and also, which I know the names, I'm not saying the names off the bat right now. And you have Max Shardit, and they made very good closing statements. And then you had Miss Hilton. She's one of the prosecutors, do a closing, and she went postal. Right now I'm going coastal because I'm firing the cannons right now, and I'm talking on a stream everywhere. And you have coastal and postal, and what Miss Hilton did was she was extremely. Oh, well, okay. He says. He said some things, and I'm going to read them. Yes, you are the only one here right now in the chat, but there are probably lurkers. Shout out to the lurkers. There's people lurking, like watching it, or like checking it out and doing something else and checking it out. Like, so there's probably maybe other people watching it, but you're the only one here that I can confirm that's here at the moment, because I can't really check. And you're the only one that's definitely in the chat for certain. So shout out to you for being here. And he said, I had a small one and perfect spot to heat up, but now it just makes noise and has a funny smell, so that's not plugged in anymore. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. And heaters will make noise. They will make noise. I mean, they will make noise sometimes, but if it's making a bad noise, I don't blame you. Also, if they were making, with the heater, it smells weird. I know what that's like, too. It smells like death. Okay. And that is you, Curse Zero. On my control panel, I can see if other people are watching it. But with the game at the moment, I can't really check this to make sure. But you're correct. But sometimes it shows something different on my end. But you're correct, obviously, and you're the one here. Shout out to you, only one here. And basically, I would check, but I'm glad you checked for me. Thank you. But okay, let's see what it says on my end. Yep, on my end it says 1 as well. Which, of course, I'm not watching myself, so I wouldn't really know what it would say through your end. So it probably would say the same thing for your end and my end. It would say the same thing. But basically, sometimes they'll show different metrics, but you're right. Yes, my end it says 1. Right, right. Yeah, Chuckles. It's like death smiles at us all, but all a man could do is smile back. As the saying goes. All right. This ship does very well. Yes, yes, it is. Curse Zero. That's true. And this sporadic cannon fire is because if it doesn't know where to shoot, it just shoots everywhere. All right. Okay. Well, this ship is doing great. He just wants a hug. Bursts into laughter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely. Also, what I did, Curse Zero, I watched some movies. And basically, so I watched, for the first time, I watched Interview with a Vampire. It was very good. I liked it. And it's like, it just, and Tom Cruise, he did excellent in that movie. I'm just like, I'm watching it and like, it has to be Tom Cruise. Maybe it isn't, but it has to be him. Like, there's just no other way. And it was him. And with the statement you're making reminds me of that movie. And that's something they would say in that movie. And it's an older movie, as you know, from '94, and Brad Pitt is in it, obviously. And I've seen quite a few of his movies, but I'm not as familiar with him. In my time, in my time, Leonardo DiCaprio was more of the, not that Brad Pitt wasn't popular. Also, just I just heard Leonardo DiCaprio more about him more than Brad Pitt, and also I call the Mandela. It's an interview with the vampire right now. Absolutely, I like that. Yeah, and he says, yeah, it's Tom and Brad. Yeah, yeah, they did excellent, and basically, they were in the city, New Orleans, at points, and they were, he becomes a vampire. It's funny. It has humor to it. At the same time, and yeah, it was just very well written. And things are different back then. I mean, movies were different back then. I liked it, and it'd be good for movies to stay be more like that. Because I feel there's a lot of messages in movies now that are political stuff. That one was just a movie. That is an excellent iceberg, no pun intended, to go down. So basically, what happened was with the. He may have been a time traveler. There's conspiracy theories about that. Because he somehow knew where to go, where Rose, where Rose would be at to go and help her. Yeah, he certainly there's certainly a lot of icebergs about Jack Dawson. And basically what Curse Zero is saying is, was Leo Jack from Titanic a time traveler? Think about it. If Rose jumped from the ship, they'd never had hit the iceberg. And basically, with the whole thing that goes on, they were saying that he was responsible for sinking the ship because of what he was doing with Rose there. And like, how would he know to go there at that time? And you know, another rabbit hole is that, was he part of the conspiracy to sink the Titanic because of the Federal Reserve conspiracy theories? So on the Titanic, there's a lot of people that were against the Federal Reserve, and they all passed away. So like, was he an agent and a time traveler to try to stop the ship from going? You know that. You know, it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down. And also, there's a conspiracy that in The Great Gatsby is a sequel to Titanic. Right. And also, basically, with the Titanic, the Great Gatsby, that is Leonard, that is Jack Dawson, and he was able to get a new life and get really rich. And like, so there's a conspiracy that, or a rabbit hole iceberg, that is like the same person. Of course, Leonardo DiCaprio in The Great Gatsby is played by the same actor, but it was an interesting concept that it's the same character that is like a sequel to it. And if the rich girl jumped, they'd have turned around and been an hour late, and the berg will have moved about a half-mile away where it was. Exactly. I totally agree with you. With her jumping off the ship and when they were making out, all of that correlates because both instances help the ship sink. All right, now this is putting the ship to the test. And yeah, so there's a many, you know, both of those instances are very clear that they were saving her from jumping, caused them to get closer to the iceberg, and them distracting the two lookouts was also another part to get it completely sunk. So yeah, that's a very, very good point you made. Yeah, and something interesting is that the binoculars were locked, so they couldn't see further ahead. When you have that happen, they weren't able to see anything. And because they just see like the way it creates an optical illusion with the horizon where the water is so calm, they can't see anything. All right. And let's see. All right, so now with the ship, I'm catapulting forward. Wrong one. All right, so I'm going to fight this thing out in open water. Now this works much better than the other ship. That's the video that gave me the idea, but I swear I've heard it before also. Okay, understood, thank you. Now I'm going to be brawling with the ship right out here. To win World War One, I'm not I'm not familiar with that. Right on, Curse Zero. The tight to win World War One because it sunk in 1912, but if the time traveler knew about the First World War and to go back and do that would be an interesting theory because it happened in 1912. Okay, the closest war was World War One. Now remember, there's sister ships, okay, and you might be thinking of the Lusitania. Because the Germans sunk the Lusitania. But we'll go and check it out, of course. We'll still talk about it, but I will, in a little bit, get the articles up and we'll research the whole thing. All right. There's conspiracies with the Titanic that it sunk. Well, that there is a boiler that was burning. And basically, it was burning for a couple of weeks or so, and that was causing the Titanic issue. Right, right. Yes. I agree, Curse Zero. So my new ship is called the Galactic Rose, and my friend Sam in the game, he said, "A rose has thorns." I'm like, "Yep." All right, now we're cruising. This is a much better ship than the tiny little one I had. All right, catapulting forward, and then I'm going to go out in open water right here. Right on, Curse Zero. All right, we're gonna sink this goofy ship right here. Alright, so the ship's going down quite smoothly. Okay, and the game servers are keeping up with it because the game, not my end, but the game's end, acts kind of goofy sometimes. And it's trying to be goofy, but it's not going to work. Okay. Yeah, and the game's trying to be goofy because of their servers. Ah, we got them. Okay, good. Reference to the Titanic survived, and it was that ship that sank instead of the Titanic. Oh yeah, you're talking about the of the conspiracy about the switch up between the Olympic. I like that curse zero. That's funny. So yeah, the Olympic. So there's sister ships of the Titanic. There's the Olympic. There was the alternate timeline. Okay. Yes, I'm still with that one that you were talking about the time traveler. Yeah, but about the conspiracy theories with the if the Titanic sank, we would lose World War II. That's interesting. As I said, I've thought of that or heard of it, but thanks for telling me about it. It makes sense. Yeah. Hey, and that would explain why he would go back in time to sink the Titanic so we would win. One of the ships are out in the distance. Arg. All right. This is a much different situation than the other ship. Yeah, 15K die to save a million. Yeah, basically, and I will say to answer your question, yes, statistics, yes, that basically the saying goes, the worst things are done with the best intentions. And, you know, yeah, it would be, you're going to lose people. It may be better to lose, you want to try to not lose anybody, especially since the Titanic could have had good lifeboats and all the people could have had a lifeboat to go on. They all could have, gone on a lifeboat and been saved. So you could have knocked out two birds with one stone in that situation. You don't want loss of life, but it would be better for that than the other thing. Technically, going by what you're saying, right? You would want to save a million people over 15K, right? And if I'm wrong, I can be corrected. But I see what you're getting at. Yeah. Now this is a crucial battle right here, and I'll still be looking at the chat, but this is the very intense part of the game. Right, right. So, okay, so now we're going to get the. It's okay. We'll get them. All right, all right. Thank you. Whoa, the servers are tripping right now. Hello, Mary Toodles. Good to see you. All right. I had to drift out and do come about, and then I twisted in it. I went right in that chip's face right there. Boom. Hello, Amanda. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here with us. I got a new ship. It's called the Galactic Rose. I got a new ship a couple of days ago. Okay, and Amanda, I hope that you've been having a great day, and we are playing the game right now, and we'll talk about the different Thanksgiving stuff, like in general, about the history about it a little bit, and things about Titanic. We're also talking some stuff about the Titanic. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to you, Amanda. Yeah, and we're talking about some conspiracy theories about the Titanic movie, because I was talking about some movies that I saw, and I saw Interview with a Vampire, and I saw Shutter Island, which I never saw the movie before, and a movie Shia LaBeouf was in called Disturbia in 2007. Those are three that I watched over the course of coming to and on Thanksgiving. When was that? Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot all about that. Also, Mary Toodles and I saw Code Red. Yeah, I get it, but I do want to watch it two or three more times to completely wrap my head around it. I understand it, but still, it's a movie to watch a couple of times. I agree. It was amazing. It was great. It's a very psychological movie. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Shutter Island. I also watched a movie about the Zodiac killer. Also, yeah, it's a complete brain melter, like Inception. It's a lot like Inception. It has a similar storyline too. Okay, thank you for the suggestion. Sunk the ship. at it. It's about to go down. It's going to be ending now. Boom. All right, off to Raven's Cove. Where is it? I know where it is, but all right, let's just go straight ahead. Okay, and we'll be reviewing Amanda. We'll be reviewing some different cases and stuff because that's what I like. I like watching trials. I also like reviewing cases that have happened. Like we remember when we were talking about the trial about the Crumbleys, their kid that did the school shooting, where we talked about him. And I've been researching the other school shootings also, and how they all took place and like why it happened, or these people, these crazy people that do that. I've been researching that and some other crime cases such as the yeah. So with the Zodiac killer, um, I am trying to find the island of Raven's Cove. It's probably by yeah. Okay, I see it. I have to go hard starboard and then go that way. Oh, they're creeping up on me. Ooh, we're gonna collide right into the ship. All right, we're right at Raven's Cove, right in the front. Okay. But the Zodiac killer, they just couldn't get him. And they had a lead on the man named Alan, and he just didn't he didn't they didn't think it was him because of the handwriting. And then when this other dude that draws cartoons was just like trying to get a lead on him, and they finally were going to get him. And then what happened was, towards the end, they're about to get him and get a warrant on him, but he passed away of a heart attack. And also, the guy was the alleged Zodiac killer was also a creeper that did stuff to children, also. Okay, we're going into the shore. Cuba is open. Go through this maze of ships. Alright. Okay, so we're going to go to Cuba now. Whew. Without any damage or anything. Isn't that fantastic? Wow. Now we'll be docking. Whew. We got a handsome plunder of cargo. Awesome. Let's see. It's okay. Now in the game, talking to Sam, he said, nice sailing, Ed. Because in the game, my name is Ed. And also, and I got the ship just. All right. So I'm about to go to the other window, and we're gonna go look into these different things we're talking about. And Sam says his cannons are the strongest. It's facts. So basically, we have. I'm about to do that. Last conversations with Sam, and then I'll be heading off. And yeah, so that's the new ship. It's the strongest ship you could possibly get in the game. Yeah, we'll talk about the Titanic conspiracies and the different Thanksgiving things and stuff like that. And also, I told him earlier. Earlier, I logged onto the game. I got drafted into this crew, and we led the charge against Jolly Roger and won. And he said, "Well, well, well, what a menace!" And I said, "Wahahaha," because we were able to defeat the enemy. Yeah. So yeah, I enjoyed the movies I saw during the season, and now I'll tell him I'm gonna go. All right, now I'm going. All right, now we'll be heading into the other part of the stream. Okay, so now we're going to be going over here, going to a new tab. All right, so shout out to the spaceship cats, and basically we're going to go down the iceberg of conspiracy theories. And Jack Black, yeah, I've heard about that Curse Zero, and it has to do with Satan, him playing as Satan, and it seems like there's some cringe going on with that. Yeah, I heard about that. There's a lot of rave about it. I mean, a lot of freaked out stuff about it, as far as I heard, and yeah. So basically, I think that it's a dyslexic kid, bro. Yeah, I know. I saw the storyline, and yeah, because people were right, and because people were thinking there's some other kind of motive behind it or something, and yeah, it's good to get different perspectives about it, and yeah, let's see, Titanic. Let's see this movie. We want to look it up. You thought it was funny, okay? It's just that I was hearing that, which I don't know everything about it, that it had to do with some sort of a agenda against Christmas. But if you're saying it's just something funny, Jack Black's in a lot of funny movies, but I haven't seen it, so I can't really judge. I'm just telling you what I've heard around about the movie. Okay, predestination. I like something you said here. It says your mom, dad, yourself drive the car all at once. Everything is happening in the order it's meant to occur. I agree that things happen the way they're meant to happen. I do agree with that. You find out isn't not really what you're told, and it's very heartwarming at the end. Okay. If you don't want to cry at the end, you're a monster because something epic does happen. All right. Thanks, Curse Zero. Because a lot of people will freak out over things and think it has to do with something. I do agree with you, and it's good to get. This is why I believe in freedom of speech and stuff, where people can converse different ideas. Because if they were trying to make it sound like it was something, you know, against Christmas, but you're saying it was just some different concept. Yeah, and people, also Curse Zero, people want views and clickbait and stuff. So that's another factor to take into consideration. I mean, when I first saw the Jack Black's picture thing, I thought it reminded me of Krampus, that creature. But yeah, basically, and I do agree that people, for various reasons, will freak out over stuff. It's a total misunderstanding movie. Ah, that's the concept. Okay. Well, thank you for clearing that up for all of us. I don't make really an opinion about things until I see it, but that's like the little bit I knew about it, but I never really looked in depth. So I'm just glad to ask around and see what the different opinions about things are. All right. And Barks and the final traveling assignment. All right. Well, we'll definitely look into that one. Okay. So let's see. This is a thing. Yeah. So let's look at the. We're also going to still talk about what we're talking about with chat, but we're also going to look at this thing right here. Okay, Curcio, that was the correct movie. Okay, I saved it. I'll look at it. Thank you. All right. The theory explains that Jack's reason for traveling was to find Rose before she committed self deletion, so that she could live past the Titanic. That is a theory a little bit different than the other theory, but I'm sure there's multiple theories about it. This allows him to spend more time with Rose to try to keep her from wanting to contemplate a similar fate ever again. Contemplate a similar fate ever again. To contemplate the fate. Right. It's never confirmed. Well, of course, it wouldn't be confirmed. It's just a theory. In Titanic, that Jack is from a different time, and it's likely never to be. Still, the idea adds unique sci-fi twist. And James Cameron he's a good sci-fi movie, you know, director and filmmaker. All right, Titanic. Jack Dawson is a time traveler theory. It's become popular theory is that Jack Dawson from Titanic is a time traveler. It's been discussed in certain posts. One thing. Okay, thank you, Cursero. One thing often forgotten with the popular theory is that for it to make sense, Fabricio, Jack's best friend, would also have to be one. Remember, Jack won two tickets on board. Jack got one, Fabrizio got the other. Fabrizio has to also be a time traveler because otherwise, why would Jack give him the other ticket? This doesn't poke the hole in the theory, mind you. In fact, a lot of stuff people use could also apply to Fabricio. There'd be no record of him because his ticket was also won in the poker game that got Jack on the ship. Not to mention the moose sack that people point to indicate, which is probably loose. Jack, as a time traveler, was actually something Fabricio was carrying when two of them were boarding the ship. Basically, Jack and Fabrizio were partners, both assigned to prevent Rose's self deletion. This is a different theory than what we were talking about before, as the possibility of wealthy passengers going overboard would have caused a search party to be formed and the ship to circle back, thus missing the iceberg. This is the same theory that he's talking about. Yeah, this is the theory you're talking about. Once Jack prevented that, he and Fabrizio had some time to kill before the ship actually sank. So they were trying to get Rose to not cause self deletion so she can cause the ship to sink because they would have went back to try to find her. Once Jack prevented Once Jack prevented that, he and Fabrizio had some time to kill before the ship actually sank. The plan for their mission basically began to save Rose and possibly stop some other things that could have prevented the sinking. and then go back to their time once the ship was sinking, because they would be able to disappear, with anyone who see them assuming they died, and no one in the future knowing anything about it, because again, no records of either Jack Dawson or Fabrizio Del Rossi. That would be a good explanation about. I wondered, like, why wasn't there any explanation for Jack or Fabrizio's existence? I mean, that would make, I always wondered about that. I first saw a Titanic movie when I was a kid, technically, like a part of it. Yeah, Moose Bubbles. Yeah, when the ship was going down, and they're playing the violin song, the Near My God to Thee. They're playing the song as it was going down, and I'm like, wow, this is really messed up. And then when I was a little bit older, around 2010, I saw, I don't know if I was outside or somewhere in the house, and then I was gonna watch it, and then I came a little bit later, and I saw the very ending. I saw the very ending of it, and I'm like, I didn't completely get it. I'm like, I'm seeing this lady, spoiler alert, just for everybody watching this in the future or the past. I see this lady blowing her whistle in the water. I'm like, they're going to get her, and this older lady's there, which is the same person. I'm like, is she talking to a class or something, or some group, like a college group of people or something? I wasn't, or a research group. Then the movie repeated, and I got to see the whole thing. So I got to see like a middle of it, and then I saw the end of it. But then I finally saw the full thing completely through. Another thing that I saw was that with Titanic, and Mary Toodles, she watched it, and at the movie theater, I wasn't born yet, but I technically was there. Not born yet, but I was there. And also, Amanda says, I think the entire thing was so sad. I agree. Completely preventable. It was absolutely preventable. And they also could have had more lifeboats for people that needed to go and get off the ship and play their ship as it's going down. But somebody didn't want the ship to look ugly. Well, it's looking not the best it could look now. This man didn't want it to look ugly, but this man had no idea what he was talking about, because it's still there, like this rotten ship underwater now with crustaceans on it. And he could have at least saved the people on it. If anyone's wondering what would... Facts, Amanda. If anyone's wondering what would necessitate sending Jack and Fabrizio back to ensure Titanic sank, take your pick. There's, of course, entering theory that this is the same universe as the Terminator, and Rose is Sarah Connor's grandma. Oh, wow, that's so cool. Or a slightly more plausible theory that the sinking doesn't happen. More ships are going to be made with the same glaring faults that the Titanic had. As a result, more people died than if Titanic sinks. Yeah, and now I will say Titanic's design and the concept of it was very well done. The problem is that Titanic was not invincible. So everybody can understand that it's not invincible, but it could in theory could be unsinkable, not unsinkable. I want to use a different word. It would be very difficult to sink it in theory, but it's not invincible. And especially the way they designed it, there's a flaw in it that can cause it to sink and break up in two pieces. There's a flaw in its design. So, and actually I'll tell you all that the Costa Concordia, that ship, could have been perfectly fine. The Titanic would have been perfectly fine in that same situation. It wouldn't have listed, or it would have listed, but it wouldn't have sunk. It would have been still been standing up because the flood compartment system was very ingenious. Oh yeah, it is insane, Amanda. Absolutely. It's insane how large ships are now. How large ships are now. Facts. It probably had to do with me saying that we saw Titanic together, technically, when we were at the movie theater. I wasn't born yet, but I was there with you. And so basically, what happened was the Titanic, the flood compartment system was pretty cool. The problem is, if 5 flood compartments are breached, the ship will do a domino effect, and it will list, and then will cause the ship to break in 2 pieces. And so what happened was the people that were designing the Titanic thought, if we hit something, the ship will be okay. There'll be some damages and some people hurt, but we'll be okay. And it's basically like if you could hit something head on and you're fine, or if you get scratched, your ship could get scratched nearly almost halfway. There's no need that it would be completely half. And Amanda says, Mary, I hope you enjoyed your Thanksgiving. Oh, that's very nice of you, Amanda. To say to her. And basically, with the Titanic, if it got scratched up a little bit, it would be fine too. So what happened was when the Titanic was about to hit something, the people were like this. They were like looking at it, and they were about to hit it, and they wanted to miss it. So they want to miss the iceberg, but the thing was designed to hit an iceberg. Nobody thought that when you have an unsinkable ship and it's really big and sturdy and all, that you're going to try to miss an iceberg if you see it. And I know this is not the kind of logical thinking that we would actually do, because you would want to miss the iceberg. And guess what? Contrary to what the movie got wrong, is that it was 40 seconds away from missing the iceberg. So as big as it was, it almost missed the iceberg, but just they didn't quite make it. And also it just poked it opened up rivets a little bit. It just poked little holes in it, but it went all the way across the ship to halfway across the ship. So too many flood compartments are breached, and it didn't make it. But it was very, very, very close. It wasn't like the movie where it barely made it. No, it was like almost there. It almost made it by like a hair. But as I said, if they would have collided with it, it would have been a lot of damage and it would have been messed up. But it would have not have sunk, as far as we know. If there's some other factor we don't know about that could have happened, if it hit the iceberg that we're not aware of and it would have sunk, some other thing we're not even thinking about, then that's up to speculation. But in theory, if the Titanic hits it head on, only 2, maybe 2 flood compartments would have been breached. The ship would have been fine. It would have been just like chilling there in the iceberg until help comes. But it would not have sunk. But when you try to miss an iceberg, that's not something they were contemplating in their design. There is a very good scene in one of the many remakes of Titanic, not remakes of Titanic movies, but just in the many Titanic movies. there is this very interesting scene that I think is quite accurate. So there is a scene where Captain Smith was extremely triggered. Thank you, Amanda, very much. And so basically, when the Titanic hit the ship head on, you had this scene in this specific movie where Captain Smith is talking to Murdoch, and he's telling him in one of the versions of the movie, he's like this. He's like, "Okay, you, we have 5 compartments, and 5 are breached. You're supposed to hit the ship directly into the iceberg, so only 2 flood compartments could be breached, but you had 5, and the thing is going to sink now." And I wonder that in my opinion, that could be historically accurate, because I'm just thinking like, I'm sure he and the engineers would have known that if you hit it, if you swipe it across an iceberg, it's going to cause a problem. And if you went into it, it would be better. So no engineers were running it, nor the captain. And, I like right when the captain goes to bed, it happens. One night, the co-captain stranded, went to sleep, and then some trolls came in by mistake. And she was like, "Oh, she should have stayed up a little bit longer," but it's all good. And I took care of the situation. And basically, there's a lot of icebergs, no pun intended, with the Titanic. Yeah, so that's the theory. Just to sum it up about the Titanic being. Yeah, Jack Dawson's a time traveler. He also said he speaks about things 2 to 5 years before it can even happen in a timeline. That's a very good point, Curse Zero. Also, want to let you know, Curse Zero, is that links, there's a YouTube mechanism where they can't put links into the chat unless somebody's like a moderator. Just so if you put a link, it didn't show up. Yeah. And also, Amanda, Leonardo DiCaprio's in Shutter Island, by the way. He was very young there. Now, that picture of him, he looks a little bit more like how he looks now there. Just, I guess it depends how he has his hair. Yes, that's pretty cool theory. Thank you, Sub Zero. Curse Zero, I meant. Cursed Zero, not Sub Zero. Curse Zero. Thank you for bringing that theory up to me. Yeah, that's Shutter Island. That's a scene also right there. Also, I have to do something really quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I will be right back. And also, I'll show you more about my hoodie also. And so basically, I'll say really quick is that Shutter Island is about this man right here, Leo's character, and he is a federal agent that is also a veteran. And the veteran, he has flashbacks of the war he saw with the concentration camps, what Hitler did, and stuff like that. And basically, he is with his partner that's right there, the guy that's next to him with the red tie, and they have to find, a certain patient, and they're looking all over for the person, and then there's this rabbit hole of him struggling from stuff from his past, and this patient is really crazy. They have to go and find her somewhere, and then they have to go and she may have done some horrible things to get herself put in there. And then this whole time there's a storm going on, and they can't get off the island, and they're still looking for this patient, and they just go down these rabbit holes and can't find anybody, and they keep on interviewing people. And all these people on Shutter Island are a bunch of crazy, mad people. It's basically like a madhouse with a bunch of insane people. And you have the doctor, you have a couple of doctors there, and they're kind of condescending, and one of them's just not that direct. And, he's taking medicine and stuff and having headaches and things. It's kind of suspicious about, why is that happening? What are they trying to... They're trying to drug him or something, or brainwash him into thinking that, he's a potato? And is his partner and all the people there really on his side? And you see the guy in the picture that with the red tie, he was also in the Zodiac Killer movie. And the police officer, the chief of police in the movie, he was the other character, the police officer, was the guy that played the Zodiac Killer also. So that was the detective from the Zodiac Killer. So both of them were in two of the same movies. So I'll explain what I mean. So basically, also Inception is very similar to that movie, and it came out the same year. This guy played the Zodiac Killer type character, or the alleged Zodiac Killer character, with the guy with the red suit, the red tie. They're both in another movie, and they're in this one. Yeah, that's one of the scenes from it. That's the two investigators, and that's Dr. Kingsley. And there's all kinds of rabbit holes, and for instance, that's one of his hallucinations he has. And they have a real scene from a concentration camp that actually happened, and when the soldiers did some certain thing to some of the guards at the concentration camp, that it was based off a true thing that happened. And and soldiers, they saw a lot of stuff, and there wasn't really a way to cope with it, because now we have different things where people can understand mental health better. And they're throwing people to these mental institutions. It was pretty cringe. And there's all kinds of Like as I said, are they going to try to, convince him he's a potato or convince him he's somebody he isn't? And does he find Rachel or not? It depends. That's a scene from the movie. It's pretty crazy looking. And this is a famous meme right here. I've seen that meme a lot. Scared. Looks like an alien. That's the Rachel character right there. Yeah. Pretty nuts. Right there. Yep. That's Rachel. Yeah, that's the guy. He was the detective in the Zodiac Killer movie. Now I will be right back. I'll be right back in a moment. Just one moment. And we'll resume this conversation. I am back now, and I turned the microphone on. Okay. So basically, now I'll show you, Amanda, the hoodie that I have on. Station identification break. All right. All right. So this is the Mario shirt. I mean, the Mario hoodie. Super Mario. All right. Yeah, so that's the actor from that movie, and we're going to here. That's one of the other scenes of it. It's pretty cool. I highly recommend it. Very great movie. All right. So we talked about the rabbit hole of the Titanic conspiracy, and we about the Titanic being the time traveler theory of Jack Dawson. Thank you, Amanda. And we're also talking about Inception, just not really spoiling anything, just giving like an overview about what it's about. Also, Amanda, I saw Interview with a Vampire. Interview. It was a very good movie. Yeah, the Interview with the Vampire was very good. I liked it. It came out in '94. As I said, very well done. Stranded told me about it originally, and I saw it pop up, and I went and watched it. And so, Amanda, I was talking about that earlier, and Tom Cruise, he did very good with that movie. Also, Brad did good as well. It looks like they made some remakes of the movie. And that one, this vampire from centuries ago was being interviewed by this dude. And it goes on about various different things about what they, how he became a vampire in the centuries he's been living. It was a very epic movie. And of course, you all know quite a bit about this. Amanda says, such an amazing movie, even better book. Worth the read, I promise you. Okay, Amanda, thank you for the recommendation. I'll look at it. Yeah, and it shows that they get this vampire little vampire family, and they go and do their vampire things, drinking blood, stuff like that. It's very epic. Very, very good, very good. And also the city, they talk about the vampires here, and that's true. There is conspiracies about vampires in the city. I may even be one of them. I'm joking. Maybe I'm not joking. You never know. But yeah, so that one was very good. Very good. I'll read the overview about it. Okay, Curse Zero, welcome back. To read so I talked about Shutter Island, and I'll go read the overview about Shutter Island. But I talked about it organically. Yes, yes, indeed, Curse Zero. Yep. So, and now we'll talk about this. And I talked about Shutter Island and my summary about it, and I talked about my summary about Interview with a Vampire. Now I'm going to read this like a summary, this summary about it, and also do the Shutter Island summary. Also, then I'll talk about the history of Thanksgiving. Okay. Interview with a Vampire is a 1994 American Gothic horror film directed by Neil Jordan, based on Anne Rice's 1976 novel of the same name, and starring Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. It focuses on Lestat Cruz and Lewis Pitt. Beginning, Lewis, before we lived here, the honorable person that lived here, his name was Lewis. Shout out to him. Rest in peace. Beginning with Lewis' transformation into a vampire by Lestat in 1791. Yeah, so he becomes a vampire in 1791. Lewis. The film chronicles their time together and their turning of young Claudia Christine Dunst into a vampire. The narrative is framed by a present day interview in which Lewis tells his story to a San Francisco. Okay. I think I said it like that, but okay. Alright, so the pronunciation's Lestat, if I said it wrong. Alright. Their time together, and their turning of the young Claudia Christine Dunst into a vampire. The narrative is framed by a present day interview in which Lewis tells his story to San Francisco reporter Christian Slater. The supporting cast features Antonio Banderas and Stephen Rea. Yes. Yes, I understand what you mean. Yeah, that was quite a twist. The film was released in November 1994 to generally positive reviews and was commercial success. It received two Oscar nominations for Best Art Direction and Best Original Score. Kristen Dunst was additionally nominated for a Golden Globe for Best Supporting Actress for her role in the film, a stand-alone sequel, Queen of Diamond of the Damned, not Queen of Diamonds, but the Queen of Damned, was released in 2002 with Straut Townsend and Matthew Newston playing Cruz and Banderas, respectively. Yes, I remember this was being mentioned. All right, in 1994, San Francisco reporter Daniel Molly Molloy, I'm not quite sure how to say that, interviews Lewis, who claims to be a vampire. In Molloy's initial skepticism, Lewis described his human life as a wealthy plantation owner in 1791, Louisiana, despondent following the death of his wife and unborn child. He drunkenly wanders the waterfront of New Orleans one night and is attacked by a vampire, Lestat, Lion Court. Lestat senses Lewis's dissatisfaction with life and offers to turn him into a vampire. Lewis accepts, but quickly comes to regret it, while Lestat reveals in the hunt for killing humans, Lewis resists his instinct to kill to Lestat's annoyance, instead drinking animal blood to sustain himself. All right, here we go. Eventually, amid an outbreak the plague in New Orleans, Lewis feeds on a young girl whose mother was deleted in the plague. To entice Lewis to stay with him, Lestat turns to the dying girl Claudia into a vampire. Together, they raise her as a daughter. Lewis has love for Claudia, while Lestat spoils and treats her more as a pupil, training her to become a merciless, ruthless killer. 30 years pass. Claudia matures psychologically, remains a little girl in an appearance. and continues to be treated as such by Lestat. He reminds me of Lequac from Courage the Cowardly Dog. Anytime like I hear this name Lestat and the way the guy is, he reminds me of Lequac. Yes. Yes, indeed, Toodles. But remains a little girl appearance. Okay. When she realizes that she will never grow older or become a mature woman, she is furious with Lestat and tells Louis that they should leave him. She tricks Lestat into drinking the dead blood of twin boy who she deleted by overdose with landium. It's opium. Which weakens Lestat, and then she slits his throat, though Louis is shocked and upset. He helps Claudia dump Lestat's body in a swamp. They spend weeks planning a voyage to Europe to search for other vampires, but Lestat returns on the night of their departure, having survived on the blood of swamp creatures. Lestat attacks them, but Louis sets him on fire, allowing them to escape to their ship and depart. After traveling around Europe and the Mediterranean, but finding no other vampires, Louis and Claudia settle in Paris. In September 1870, Louis encounters vampires in Santiago and Armand. By chance, Armand invites Louis and Claudia to his coven. A coven is a group gathering of witches. Right. The Theater des Vampires, where the vampires stage theatrical horror shows for humans. On their way out of the theater, Santiago reads Louis' mind and suspects that Louis and Claudia murdered Lestat. Armand warns Louis to send Claudia away for her own safety, and Louis stays with Armand to learn about the meaning of being a vampire. Claudia demands that Louis turn a human woman, Madeline, into a vampire to be her new protector and companion, and he reluctantly complies. Mary Toodle says they called him Louis in the movie, right? Yes. I remember seeing that at the movie theater. My parents had the book when it came out in 1970s. Well, shout out to them. They have some good taste. It may even run in their family. Or Claudia did. Yeah, yeah. And, Lestat, Lequac, he likes to give people nicknames, in my opinion. And, but I do remember that being said. Yes, Mary. Shortly thereafter, the Parsian vampires abduct the three of them and punish them for Lestat's murder, imprisoning Louis in an iron coffin to starve to death slowly, and trapping Claudia and Madeline in a chamber where sunlight burns them to ash. Armand does nothing to prevent this, but the next day he frees Louis, seeking revenge. Louis returns to the theater at dawn and sets it on fire, deleting all vampires, including Santiago. Do you remember Lee Quack? Do you remember Le Quack? Y'all know who LeQuack is, but I'm gonna show it anyway because some people might be like, this guy, which I think it came out in the '90s, but well, let's go there. This is my man LeQuack. All right. He looks like he has hatred. They shot the bubbles in a box. He's menacing. As I said, that reminds me of Lestat. Yeah. Yep. Yes, yes. The after Stinky, yes, and that's a teddy bear, by the way. I was still encouraged. Cowardly Dog came out. November 12th, 1999. All right. Armand arrives in time to help Louis escape the sunrise and again offers him a place by his side. Louis rejects Armand and leaves, unable to accept his way of life, knowing Armand had allowed Claudia's murder. As decades pass, Louis never recovers from the loss of Claudia and dejectedly explores the world alone. He returns to New Orleans in 1988, 10 years before I was born, and one night encounters a decayed, weakened Lestat, living as a recluse in an abandoned mansion and surviving on rat blood, as Louis once did. Lestat expresses regret for having turned Claudia into a vampire and asks Louis to rejoin him, but Louis declines and leaves. Louis concludes his interview with Malloy, promoting Malloy to beseech Louis to make his new vampire companion, to make him his new vampire companion. Louis is outraged that Malloy has not understood the tale of suffering he has related and attacks Molay to scare him into abandoning the idea. Molay runs to his car and takes off while playing the cassette tapes of Lewis's interview. On the Golden Gate Bridge, Lestat appears and attacks. Scared. Taking control of the car, revived by Malay's blood, Lestat offers him the choice, and Lestat never had, whether or not to become a vampire, and laughing continues the driving. Yeah, that really was epic. Wait a minute. Is this who I think it is? Yep. Isn't that something? Claudia is in Spider. She's Mary Jane from Spider-Man. Wow, I didn't see that coming. She was in Eternal Sponge, not Eternal SpongeBob, but Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I saw that one in 2017. But she was in quite a few movies I saw. Well, that's great to see her. And the I saw Little Women. I saw that like one. I have the DVD still. I saw it one time. It was a good movie. It was like in 2010 or 2011. It was a good movie. Well, yeah, shout out to her. She's a great actress. That movie was excellent. It had some very good stars in it. So, all right, let's move on to Shutter Island. I'm going to give a brief overview about it for those that have not seen it. Although I did it earlier, we're just going to do it again, but with like a little, some other context about it a little bit, and then we'll get into Thanksgiving history. All right, let's see, Shutter Island movie. Shutter Island is a neo-noir psychological thriller film directed by Martin Scorsese. I probably said that wrong. It is adapted of Laete Kalogridis from 2003 novel of the same name by Dennis Lehane about Deputy U.S. Marshal who comes to Shutter Island to investigate a psychiatric facility after one of the patients goes missing. It stars Leonardo DiCaprio and Mark Ruffalo, with Ben Kingsley, Max von Sydow, and Michelle Williams in the supporting roles. The film has its wide release on February 19, 2010, and received generally positive reviews from critics. It was chosen by National Board of Review as one of the top 10 films of 2010 and grossed $295 million worldwide. The film is also noted for its soundtrack, which prominently used classic music such as Gustav Mahler, Christoph, kind of similar to my middle name, but this is like some sort of Slavic way of saying it. Mine's like it's a Germanic way of saying it. Pendricki. It's like that's like the Polish version of it, but mine's a German version of it. Christoph. Georgi Ligeti, John Cage, Ingram Marshall, and Max Richter. (1954), U.S. Marshal Edward Teddy Daniels and his new partner, Chuck Alu, travel to Ashcliff Hospital and the criminally insane on the inhospitable Shutter Island, Boston Harbor, to investigate the disappearance of Rachel Salando, a patient from the hospital who previously drowned her three children. The staff, led by psychiatrist Dr. John Cowley, appear uncooperative. The marshals learned that Dr. Lester Sheehan, who was treating Solando, had left the island on a vacation immediately after Solando disappeared. Teddy experiences migraine headaches, flashbacks of his experience in the U.S. Army soldier, and liberation of Dachau concentration camp. Also, vivid dreams of his wife, and that had a tragic end to her. And also, they talk about in the movie they might talk about the lobotomy, and that is a little brief overview of Shutter Island. All right. All right. Yeah. So it's about there's a lot of mind and psychological things. All right. Now we're gonna talk the history of Thanksgiving. All right. So we talked about, and for those who haven't seen Shutter Island, I recommend seeing it. It's a good movie. We talked about Interview with the Vampire, and one thing I want to say before we get into this is there is this Christmas movie I saw with The Rock in it. It's very good. All right, and let's see. Well, it's called Red One. This one is a very good movie I saw with Mary Toodles. Is very good, and it has Krampus in it. It has this witch in it. She's from mythology too. Yeah, that one is, and also the polar bear is really hardcore. That was really cool. It reminded me of the Tim Allen movie a little bit, the Santa Claus movie he did. So that was pretty cool to bring some stuff like that back. And I said two of the actors that were in, like Chris Evans and The Rock, that were in the, well, let's say like Chris Evans was in the Marvel movie. Those that were in the Marvel movie, that was pretty cool to see him in something else. It was pretty cool. And also, I really enjoyed this one. I saw it recently in the theater. And because I'm just with Chris Evans, I'm just used to seeing him in other the Marvel movie. Yeah, he was in the Marvel stuff, the Avengers. All right, now let's go to the Thanksgiving history. This is like a classic type dinner you would see at a Thanksgiving feast. Not thief, but feast. Feast. All right. Thanksgiving is a national holiday celebrated on various dates in October and November in the United States, Canada, St. Lucia, Libertia, and unofficially in the countries like Brazil and Germany. It is also observed in Australian territory of Norfolk Island. It began as a day of giving thanks for the blessings of the harvest of the preceding year. Various similarly named harvest festival holiday occur throughout the world during the autumn. Although Thanksgiving has historical roots in religious and cultural tradition, it had been celebrated as a secular holiday as well. History. Prayers of thanks and special Thanksgiving ceremonies are common amongst religions after a harvest and at other times of the year. So a lot of it's circled around the American thing, but also without the American situation, it seems that it's to be thankful for the harvest. The Thanksgiving holiday's history in North America is rooted in English traditions dating to the Protestant Reformation. It also has aspects of a harvest festival, even though harvest in New England occurs well before late November date. I would think so too, because when I plant stuff and grow it, you know, it happens long before November. So I'm surprised. Also, it's good to know up north it's the same thing. Interesting. In which modern Thanksgiving holiday is celebrated. In English tradition, days of Thanksgiving and special Thanksgiving religious services became important during the English Reformation in the reign of Henry before 1536. And that's Henry VIII, because I was looking at the Roman numerals, making sure I got it right. Yeah. Before 1536, there was 95 church holidays. 95 church holidays, plus every Sunday when people were required to attend church and forego work. Though 1536 reforms in Church of England reduced the number of holidays in the lit- liturgical calendar to 27, the Puritan Party and the Anglican Church wished to eliminate all church holidays apart from weekly Lord's Day, including evangelical feasts of Christmas and Easter. Puritan Saturnianism. All right. The holiday were being replaced by specially called days of fasting, the days of Thanksgiving, in response to the events that the Puritans viewed as an act of special providence. Unexpected disasters or threats of judgment from on high called days of fasting. Special blessings, viewed as coming from God, called the days of Thanksgiving, which were observed through Christian church services, other gatherings, for example, days of Thanksgiving were called following the victory over the Spanish Armada in 1588. Following the deliverance of Queen Anne in 1605, an unusually annual day of Thanksgiving began in 1606 following the failure of the gunpowder plot in 1605 and developed into Guy Fawkes Day on November 5. Days of fasting were called on account of plagues in 1604. And 1622, drought in 1611, and floods in 1613. Annual Thanksgiving prayers were dedicated by the charter of the English settlers upon their safe landing to America in 1619 at Berkeley Hundred in Virginia. In Canada, according to some historians, the first celebration of Thanksgiving in North America occurred during 1578 voyage to Martin Frobisher from England to search for the Northwest Passage. Other researchers, however, state that there is no compelling narrative of origins of Canadian Thanksgiving Day. Antecedents of the Canadian Thanksgiving are also sometimes traced to the French settlers who came to New France in the 17th century who celebrated their successful harvests. The French settlers in the area typically had feasts in the end of the harvest season. They continued throughout the winter season, even sharing food with the indigenous peoples of the area. As settlers arrived in Nova Scotia from New England after 1700, late autumn Thanksgiving celebrations became a commonplace. New immigrants into the country, such as the Irish, Scottish, and Germans, also added their own traditions to the harvest celebrations. Most of the U.S. aspects of Thanksgiving, such as turkey, were incorporated when Empire loyalists began to flee the United States. During and after the American Revolution and settled in Canada. Interesting. In 1859, the government of the provinces of Canada declared a Thanksgiving Day in which all Canadians were asked to spend the holiday in public and solemn recognition of God's mercies. On 9 November 1879, Canada's Governor General, the Marquis of Lorne, declared November 6th as a day of general thanksgiving to Almighty God for a bountiful harvest with which Canada has been blessed. The Canadian Parliament on 31 January 1957 applied the same language in its proclamation of the modern holiday. a day of general thanksgiving to Almighty God. For the bountiful harvest with which Canada has been blessed to be observed in the second Monday of October. The first Thanksgiving at Plymouth. The United States. An annual Thanksgiving holiday tradition in North American colonies is documented for the first time in 1619 in what is now called the Commonwealth of Virginia. 38 English settlers, time in 1619 is what is called the Commonwealth of Virginia. 38 English settlers aboard the ship Margaret arrived by the way of James River and Berkeley Hundred in Charles City County, Virginia. On December 4, 1619, the landing was immediately followed by a religious celebration. Okay, Mary, understood. Specifically dictated by the group's character from London Company. The charter declared that the day our ships arrived at place assigned for plantation in the land of Virginia shall be yearly and perpetually kept holy as a day of thanksgiving to Almighty God. Since the mid-20th century, the original celebration has been commemorated there annually at present-day Berkeley Plantation, ancestral home of the Harrison family of Virginia. Alright, it's pretty cool. And Berkeley Plantation. Alright. Interesting information. London Company reminds me of the pirate movie. Yes, and I'm sure it's like based off of that a little bit. Or it was a similar type of company to the East India Company. But eventually, the East India Company was shut down. Eventually. Well, but that's when it was there. The East India Company was around during this time period. So, yes, London Company, it's the same thing. Correct. The more familiar Thanksgiving precedent, accompanied by feasting, is traced to the Pilgrims and the Puritans who emerged from England in the 1620s and in the 1630s. They brought their previous traditions of days of fasting and days of Thanksgiving with them to New England. The 1621 Plymouth, Massachusetts Thanksgiving was promoted by a good harvest. The Pilgrims celebrated this with wampanogs. I always like to say it like that, but that's not probably how you say it. A tribe of indigenous people in America who, along with the last surviving plateau et, had helped them get through the previous winter by giving them food and at times scarcity in exchange for an alliance and protection against a rival Gonset tribe. You see, these indigenous tribes, they always fought each other. They weren't peaceful like with each other. Even before we came here, they still had wars with each other. And because it says right here that they're going to give them protection against a rival tribe. So, all right. Several days of Thanksgiving were held in the early New England history that have been identified as the first Thanksgiving, including Pilgrim holidays in Plymouth in 1621 and 1623, a Puritan holiday in Boston in 1631, according to historian Jeremy Bangs, director of the Lydian American Pilgrim Museum. The Pilgrims may have been influenced by watching the annual services of Thanksgiving for their relief of the siege of Lieden in 1574. What is this exactly? Well, we're going to scroll down so I can see this. The siege of Lieden occurs during the 80-year war in 1573 and 1574, when the Spanish under Francisco de Valdez attempted to capture the rebellious city of South Holland in Netherlands. So Thanksgiving's tradition kind of goes back to the 1500s too. Well, they were staying in Lydian, now called Oktoberfest. Lydian's autumn Thanksgiving celebration in 1617 was occasion for the secession disturbance that appears to have accelerated the Pilgrims' plans to emerge to America. Later in New England, religious Thanksgiving services were declared by civil leaders such as Governor Bradford, who planned the Plymouth Colony's Thanksgiving celebration and feast 1623. Bradford issued a proclamation of Thanksgiving following the victory of the Pequot War in the late 1630s to celebrate the bloody victory, thanking God that the battle had been won. The practice of holding an annual Thanksgiving harvest festival did not become a regular affair in New England until the late 1660s. Thanksgiving proclamations were made mostly by church leaders in New England up until 1682, and then by both state and church leaders until after the American Revolution. During the Revolutionary period, political influences affected the issuance of Thanksgiving proclamations. Various proclamations were made by royal governors and conversely by patriot leaders such as John Hancock, General George Washington, and the Continental Congress, each giving thanks to God for favorable to their cause. As the first president of the United States, George Washington proclaimed the first nationwide Thanksgiving celebration in America, marking November 26, 17 1789 as a day of public thanksgiving and prayer to be observed by acknowledging with grateful hearts the many and signal favors of Almighty God, and calling on Americans to unite and most humbly offering our prayers and supplications to the great Lord ruler of nations and beseech him to pardon our nation and other transgressions. Debate over the first celebrations. Devotees in Florida, New England, and Texas and Virginia have maintained contradictory claims to having held the first Thanksgiving celebration in which became the United States. The question is complicated by the concept of Thanksgiving as either a holiday celebration or a religious service. James Baker maintains the American holiday's true origin was New England Calvinist Thanksgiving, never coupled with the Sabbath meeting. The Puritan observances were special days set aside during the week for Thanksgiving in praise and response to God's providence. Baker calls to debate the tempest in a bean pot and marvelous nonsense based on the regional claims. In 1963, President JFK acknowledged both Virginia and Massachusetts' claims. Kennedy issued Proclamation 3560 on November 5, 1963, stating, "Over 3 centuries ago, our forefathers in Virginia and Massachusetts, far from home in a lonely wilderness, set aside a time of thanksgiving. On the appointed day, they give reverent thanks for their safety, for their health of their children, for the fertility of their fields, for the love which bound them together, and for the faith which united them with their God." Very well said by JFK. Other claims include an eerily religious service by Spanish explorers San Elizario in Texas on 1598. Historians Robin Goya and Michael Gadanon of the University of Florida argue that the earliest Thanksgiving service in what is now United States was celebrated by a Spanish community on September 8, 1565, in current St. Augustine, Florida. The Thanksgiving at St. Augustine was celebrated 56 years before the Puritan Pilgrim Thanksgiving in the Plymouth Plantation, Massachusetts, but it did not become the origin of the national annual tradition. Alright. In Japan, Labor Thanksgiving Day is a national holiday in Japan. It takes place annually in November 23. The law establishes the holiday in which adopted during the American occupation after World War II. Cities, it is an occasion for commemorating labor and production, giving each other thanks, it has roots in the ancient Shinto harvest ceremony. The United States Thanksgiving is an annual tradition that was federally formalized through an 1863 presidential proclamation by Abraham Lincoln, but was implemented as state legislation since the nation's founding. In 1941, federal legislation by United States Congress formalized Thanksgiving on the fourth Thursday in November. The holiday traditionally has been a celebration of blessings of the year, including harvest. On Thanksgiving Day, it is common for Americans to share a family meal, attend church service, and view special sporting events. Family in 1942, giving thanks. Thanksgiving is celebrated in public places with the parades such as Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. In New York City, ABC Dunkin' Donuts Thanksgiving Day Parade. In Philadelphia, America's hometown Thanksgiving Parade. In Plymouth, Massachusetts, McDonald's Thanksgiving Parade. In Chicago, Bayou Classic Thanksgiving Parade in New Orleans. What Americans call the holiday season generally begins with Thanksgiving. The first day after Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday, marks the start of the Christmas shopping season. Thanksgiving is usually celebrated with a family meal beginning in the 2010s. A new tradition has emerged to also celebrate Thanksgiving with a meal with friends as a separate event on a different day, or an alternate event on Thanksgiving Day. This is referred to as Friendsgiving. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I remember Randy was talking about that to one of our pals and one of the other some other person I know. Y'all don't know who that is. Some other chat I'm on. She was talking about that. Yeah, shout out to her. Friendsgiving is a Thanksgiving themed feast meal eaten with friends, typically prior to or instead of a family Thanksgiving dinner in the United States. Grenada. In the West Indies island Grenada in the Caribbean, there is a national holiday known as Thanksgiving Day, which is celebrated on October 25, even though it bears the same name and is celebrated at roughly the same time as the American Canadian versions of Thanksgiving. This holiday is unrelated to either those celebrations. Instead, the holiday marks the anniversary of the U.S. led invasion of the island in 1983, response to the deposition and execution of socialist Grenadian Prime Minister Maurice Bishop by a military government from within its own party. United Kingdom. The Harvest Festival of Thanksgiving does not have an official date in the United Kingdom. However, it is traditionally held on or near the Sunday of the harvest moon that occurs closest to the autumnal equinox. Harvest Thanksgiving in Britain also has a pre Christian roots, which the Saxons would offer the first sheaf of barley, oats, or wheat to fertility gods. When the harvest was finally collected, communities would come together for a harvest supper in which Christianity arrived in Britain. Many traditions remain, and today the harvest festival is marked by the churches and in schools in late September, early October, the same as Canada, with singing, praying, and decorating with the baskets of food and fruit to celebrate a successful harvest and to give thanks. Collections of food are usually held, which are then given to the local charities which help the homeless and those in need. Netherlands. Many of the pilgrims who migrated to Plymouth Plantation resided in Lydian. I read that already. Okay. In West Africa, the country of Liberia, Thanksgiving is celebrated on the first Thursday of November. In 1883, the legislature of Liberia enacted a statute declaring this day as a national holiday. Thanksgiving is celebrated in the country in the large part due to nation's founding as a colony of the American Colonization Society in 1821 by former slaves and free people of color from the United States. However, the Liberian celebration of the holiday is notably different from the American celebration. While some Liberian families choose to celebrate with a feast or cookout, it is not considered a staple of the holiday. There is no specific heavily associated with Thanksgiving. Some choose to celebrate the holiday by attending religious ceremonies, while others take it as a day of relaxation. Others view the holiday as imposition from the American settlers of the country in the years following the Second Civil War. Okay. Pumpkin pie is commonly served in North America at Thanksgiving. All right, Germany. The Harvest Thanksgiving Festival in Ernten Dankfest is popular Christian festival in some German municipalities on the first Sunday of October. The festival has a significant religious component, and many churches are decorated with the autumn crops. In some places, there are religious processions or parades. All right, and so this is going over the different Thanksgiving traditions in different places, and let's see, Australia, we talked about that. In Brazil, the National Thanksgiving Day was instituted by President Gaspar Dutra, the law of 1781 of August 17, 1949. The suggestion of Ambassador Joaquim Nabucco was enthusiastic about the commemorations he saw in 1909 in the St. Patrick's Cathedral as the ambassador in Washington in 1966. Law 55110 established the Thanksgiving celebration would take place on the fourth Thursday of November. This date celebrates many families of American origin by some Protestant Christian denominations, such as Evangelical Lutheran Church of Brazil, which is American origin, the Presbyterian. Okay, Mary Toodles, thank you. The Presbyterian Church, the Baptist Church, the Methodist Church, and Church of Nazarene, the Methodist denominational universities. The day is also celebrated by evangelical churches such as Foursquare Gospel Church in Brazil. And also, what I'll be doing is I'm going to be talking about. I'll finish this part of the Thanksgiving thing, and then I will talk about a spooky urban legend, and then we'll be done because this was so like one more thing after this, and the stream will be over. All right. All right. Earlier Thanksgiving celebrations in Canada has been attributed to the earlier onset of winter in North and thus ending. And thank you, Mary, for chilling with me. Thus ending the harvest season earlier. Thanksgiving in Canada did not have a fixed date until the late 19th century. Prior to Canadian Confederation, many of the individual colonial governors of the Canadian provinces had declared their own days of Thanksgiving. The first official Canadian Thanksgiving occurred on April 15, 1872, when the nation was celebrating Prince of Wales' recovery from serious illness. And this is in the 1800s, not the current Prince of Wales. By the end of the 19th century, Thanksgiving Day was normally celebrated on November 6th in Canada. Late 19th century, the militia staged a sham battles for public entertainment. On Thanksgiving Day, the militia agitated for an earlier day of the holiday so they could use warmer weather to draw bigger crowds. However, when the First World War ended, Armistice Day holiday was usually held during the same week to prevent the two holidays from crashing with one another. In 1957, the Canadian Parliament proclaimed Thanksgiving to be observed on its present day on the second Monday of October. All right. Now going to. Oh yeah, they watch football with Sid. Okay, so let's go to the urban legend. One of the urban legends, and then it'll be done. we'll talk about this, the lobotomy. That has to do with one of the movies I mentioned. We'll talk about that one on another one. All right, let's see. Let's see. Here we have one. Laster's Reef refers to the purported discovery announced by Harold Bell Laster in 1929 and 1930 of a fabulously rich gold deposit in a remote and desolate corner of Central Australia. Laster's accounts of the find are conflicting, and its precise locations remain a mystery, if it even exists. Timeline. In 1929 and again in 1930, Lewis Harold Bell Laster made different and possibly conflicting claims that either in 1911 or 1897 he had discovered a rich gold deposit on 14 October 1929. He wrote a letter to Carl Garlai, federal member of Albert Green, claiming to have discovered a vast all right, made difference and possibly conflicting claims that either in 1911 or in 1897 he had discovered a rich deposit. On October 14, 1929. Okay, thank you, Mary Doodles. He wrote a letter to Paul Gorlai, federal member of Albert Green, claiming to have discovered a vast gold bearing reef in Central Australia in 18 years earlier, and that it was located in western edge of the MacDonnell Ranges. He made a similar claim to other officials and was interviewed by the commissioner and genealogist. However, the government took no account to investigate the claim. It was revealed that from 1908 and 1913, Lester lived on a leasehold farm near Tablum. In March 1930, he provided a different story to John Bailey of the Australian Workers' Union. In this claim, Lester details as a young man of the age of 17, he rode on a horse from Queensland to Western Australia, Australian goldfields, during which he stumbled across a huge gold reef somewhere near the border between the Northern Territory and Western Australia. However, Lester had been sentenced to reform school at the time. According to the story told by Bailey, Lester was about 700 miles west of Alice Springs in a line towards Kalgoorlie. He claimed that the subsequent to his discovery he got into difficulties was fortuitously rescued by a passing Afghan camel driver who took him to the camp of a surveyor Joseph Harding. Harding and Lester were said to have later returned to the reef and attempted to fix the location but failed because their watches were inaccurate as the expedition with Harding dated into the years before World War One. The two different versions about the findings of the reef could have been conflicting. It is possible that Lester did refer sometimes to his first finding in 1897 and sometimes to the first expedition with Harding. According to Lester, he spent the next 3 decades trying to raise sufficient interest to fund an expedition into the interior, but at the time, the fortunes being made from the gold rush in Kalgoorlie in Western Australia meant that no one was prepared to risk trekking into the uncharted desert wilderness of Central Australia, even if the supposed discovery was rich as he claimed. The 1930 expedition. By 1930, when Australia was in the grip of the Great Depression, the attractions of desert gold were much greater, and Lester succeeded in securing approximately 50,000 euros in private funding towards the expedition to relocate the reef. Unusual for the time, this expedition included motor-sized vehicular transport and aircraft. Accompanying Lester were experienced bushmen Fred Bakley, leader, and Frank Coulson, as well as George Sutherland, prospector, Phil Taylor, engineer driver, John Bakeston, Houston governor, aid explorer, and Errol Cote, pilot. On 21 July 1931, the group left Alice Springs, but Lester was a sullen companion and a vague guide. They headed for La Biblia, Aka Lipa Soak, an aerodrome created earlier that year for Donald George Mackay's expedition near Lake Mackay. The group endured logistical differences. Hola Latina, good to see you. And physical hardships. So Latina, basically what I did was, happy Thanksgiving to you, or after Thanksgiving party to you. And earlier I talked, like a little bit before this, I talked about Thanksgiving, and I talked about some of the movies that I saw within the time frame that I was gone. And well, the time frame like before the last stream and like after the last stream I did ended. So like I saw Interview with a Vampire, Interview with the Vampire, Shutter Island, The Zodiac Killer, and Red One, which was out in movie theaters. That was like a newer movie. But so I saw some movies on YouTube, and I saw some the other movies I talked. Some movies on YouTube. Red One was seen at the movie theater, and I was giving like a summary about the movies, and I was talking about Thanksgiving and some of the history about it. So, and now I'm talking about kind of like the spooky story stuff. And with Laster's Reef, so it's this guy from the 30s that allegedly came across a gold mine and they couldn't really relocate it, and he was in the middle of the desert of Australia. And physical hardships, including the loss of a plane. On reaching Mount Marjolais, or Margie, now Mount Lester, or Lessier, Laster declared that they were 240 kilometers too far north of the search zone exasperated. Bakley declared Lester a charlatan and decided to end the expedition. They parted with Lester at Lillibaya. Laster insisted on continuing the trek, accompanied by a dingo shooter, Paul Johns, and his team of camels. Lasseter, whose behavior was increasingly erratic, set off towards Kaja Tajuta. One another, Lester returned to camp with some concealed rock samples and announced that he had relocated to Gold Reef. He refused to reveal its location. Johns, who by no doubt Laster's sanity, accused him of being a liar. A fight ensued, and Johns left Lasseter to his own devices. Returning to civilization, Laster himself trudged off into the desert sands with two camels. It reminds me of like, this is all in Australia, but it reminds me of like the Middle East and the Old West at the same time. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I'll give you an overview about it after I read this. All right. A search for Lasseter was conducted by the Eclipse of Gold expedition, which primarily sought to locate the reef, and his body was discovered by Bushman Bob Buck. In March 1931, Buck found Lasseter's emaciated body in a shallow, oval-shaped grave, which the Pitra Taratara had buried him. The Aborigines people. had buried him. Buck reburied him. Walter Smith Bushman. So he was buried by the indigenous people there. Then they reburied him. Buck reburied him. Walter Smith Bushman was also his expedition and claimed to have reburied the body again after Buck was, as the grave was still too shallow. The burial of Lasseter would continue to cause contention until it was finally relocated to the Alice Springs Memorial Cemetery. Buck also located Laster's personal effects in a cave at Hull's Creek, and from Lasseter's diary, it was learned after Johns had left, Lasseter's camels bolted, leaving him alone in the desert without any means of sustaining himself or returning. Well, those camels did not get the memo about leaving no man behind. He encountered a group of nomadic Aboriginal people, the P people, or I'll say the Pit people, because that's a really long name. I'll say it anyway. Pit John Tura Jara'a, who helped him with food and shelter. Despite their help, a weakened and blinded Lester eventually died of malnutrition and exhaustion after several weeks having made a belated attempt to walk from the cave to Laruyu, or Katadrata. Hello, DJ. Good to see you. Various statements by Paul Jones reveal the areas where he and Lasseter traveled in search while together. The Peterman and Rawlinson ranges, then southwest of Warburton Range, then zigzag across, evidently following the ranges eastward to the western Australian border, ending at Pet de Rock Hole at the eastern end of Man Ranges in South Australia. Almost out of supplies, they then returned to Lib Ilba, where they parted. Geologists have made various statements as whether or not there are gold-bearing areas in the country. In 1931, geologists T. Blatchford and H.W.B. Talbot, accompanying Bob Buck, pronounced the region as unpromising, but they only inspected the Peterman Range and eastern end of the Rawlinson Range, traveling no farther west than Sladden Waters. In 2014, geologists W.D. Merrier, H.M. Howard, and R.H. Smithies likened the southern part of Lasseter's search area in the Bushfield complex in South Africa, where gold deposits do occur, and said the region has high potential, quoting a 2002 report of copper and gold vein-style material found in North Kavanagh Range. Later history, no maps showing the location of the fabled gold reef were ever found. Over subsequent decades, the tale of the reef and its discoverer has assumed a mythic proportions. It is perhaps the most famous lost mine legend in Australia. So this category was of lost mines. You know, the category of urban legends is like a gigantic library with thousands and thousands of shelves of books. So this is about the lost mines. Legend in Australia and remains a holy grail among Australian prospectors and popular adventure story author Ion Idris in his book Lester's Last Ride, 1931, gives detailed description of Lester's time with the Aboriginal peoples. His diary notes were hidden from the Aboriginal peoples by being buried under the campfire, under campfires. They had shunned Lester after their Kurdiacha man pointed a bone at him. He was condemned to be ignored and no longer cared for. Well, that sucks. Another story told by the Pin Tupai Literaja language, English and Latjatavia, available in the Living Archive of Aboriginal Languages. In 1988, Senator John Panizza stated that he had spent a bit of time searching for Laster's Reef and believed that Telfer Mine was the most likely candidate for the Lost Reef. This is a lost mine that was never discovered. All right, that's pretty cool. All right, Latina. So, one of the movies I saw was Shutter Island, and that was really good. And it's a psychological movie like Inception, and it's just he's a U.S. Marshal, and they're trying to find a person on this island where they keep all these crazy people. It's like a nut house on an island. They're trying to find a specific person, and him and his partner go there, and they go down this rabbit hole of psychological tricks. And it's a movie to watch a couple of times to really get what it means. And he has flashbacks of seeing the concentration camps. He has, you know, also with his wife that tragically was deleted in a horrible accident. And he's trying to find answers, and he goes deeper in the island, and he goes deeper into himself. And it's like, can he really trust anybody, including his partner? And are they trying to do something to him? It was a pretty crazy movie. It's very good though. It's excellent, excellent. Also, the Zodiac Killer I saw from 2007. All right, so the Zodiac Killer 2007. It's about the Zodiac Killer who was real, and he deleted a couple of couples, and allegedly it was this man was in the movie was allegedly the Zodiac Killer, and also you have that's the poster, and this newspaper group is trying to break the story and crack the code, and this guy that does like cartoon stuff, he was able to go to the library and crack a lot of the codes, and they thought it was Arthur Lee, but they weren't able to get him because he eventually, not in the movie, but after the movie, he in real life, Arthur Lee passed away from a heart attack. Not the actor in the picture, but in real life. So the Zodiac Killer was never found, and the letters from the Zodiac Killer were not. They stopped after he passed away, and this guy is the same guy that's in Shutter Island, and also one of the police officers in Shutter Island. This guy's the same actor that plays the alleged Zodiac Killer in the other movie. So those two were in these two movies together. It was pretty cool to see that back to back. And for instance, yeah, this is the Zodiac Killer's letters he wrote in this encrypted language. You need the guy went to the library to go and crack the code. Happy the Chinchilla. Hello there, Happy Chinchilla. Good to see you. Yeah, so that's basically what the Zodiac Killer did. He did stuff like that, and they never caught him for a variety of different reasons. Even the alleged person, they couldn't really get a warrant on him because there wasn't enough evidence. They said the way his handwriting was, but all that wasn't really accurate. I think nowadays it would be different. Okay, Latina, understood. Welcome, Happy the Chinchilla, to the stream. And yeah, so that's what happened. In the movie, they're showing how this guy had the watch with the Zodiac on it, with the Zodiac sign on it. He matched all the criteria, but the handwriting was a little bit different. And the guy that was being, so they had these people interrogating him while he was working at the Coca-Cola factory, and he just fit all the qualifications for somebody that was the person they're looking for, but the handwriting was off. And also the Arthur Lee, he was somebody that, hold on, he did stuff to children too. The alleged suspect. So wouldn't be surprised that he would do things to other people too. Alan Lee, not Arthur Lee, Alan Lee. Those are some scenes from it. Like, so for instance, like, if that is Iron Man, the guy that plays Iron Man, which he has a name, of course. I'm just saying that's the same actor. And also the guy sitting there, he was the one that was like figuring it out and cracking the code, and he went on his own to go be the detective. After the case wasn't solved, they went and he looked thoroughly through the books and through his detective work and through police files to figure out that it was Lee. And then they were about to get him, but then he passed away from heart attack. So I'm gonna show this 2007. So this was the alleged person that did it. There's like so there's like the actor and then the real person to the left. And that guy was convicted for doing stuff to children at a school. And he was the suspect of the Zodiac killer himself. But they're never able to really connect him to it to this day. They can't really connect him to it technically with DNA and stuff. And also, he passed away before they could do the trial on him. But he's the most likely suspect that did it. Alright. And I'll read overview about this. I didn't read the article about the 2007 Zodiac, but I'll do it now. All right. Zodiac is a two. Chinchilla says, "This is a very cool stream, Alien, and I'm happy to have been introduced." Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. Zodiac is a 2007 American epic mystery thriller film that was directed by David Fincher and written by James Vanderbilt, based on the nonfiction books by Robert Graysmith, Zodiac 1986 and Zodiac Unmasked 2002. It stars Jake Gyllenhaal, Mark Ruffalo, Roof Alio, Robert Downey Jr., Alan Edwards, Brian Cox, Ellis Cotis, Donald Lauge, John Carroll Lynch, and Chole Philip. No, Chole Savigny, Philip Baker, and Dermot Mulroney is supporting roles. The film tells the story of a manhunt for the Zodiac Killer and a serial killer who terrorized San Francisco Bay Area during the late 60s and early 70s, taunting police with letters, blood-stained clothing, kippers, mailed newspapers. The case remains one of the I prefer to hear what movies are about because sometimes I'm too scared to watch thrillers. Alright, so I'll read this stuff to you because you'd rather that instead. Alright, and also, I'll read about Shutter Island also. All right. Crimes. Fisher Vanderbert and producer Brandley Fisher spent 18 months conducting their own investigation and research into the Zodiac murders. Fincher employed the digital Thompson Viper film stream camera to photograph most of the film and used traditional high-speed film cameras for slow motion murder sequence. The Zodiac was released by Paramount Pictures in North America, by Warner Bros. Pictures in international markets on March 2, 2007. It received largely positive reviews with praise for its writing, directing, acting, and historical accuracy. The film was nominated for several awards, including Saturn Award for Best Action, Adventure, or Thriller Film. And you know, Saturn has to do with mythology because it has to do with the crown. And also, that's very interesting to see that symbolism there. Adventure and thriller film. It grossed over 84.7 million worldwide on a production budget of 65 million. In a 2016 critics poll conducted by BBC, Zodiac was voted the 12th greatest film of the 21st century. Plot. On July 4, 1969, an unknown man attacks Darlene Ferrin and Mike Megu with a handgun at a lover's lane in Vallejo, California. Only Mike survives. 1 month later, in San Francisco, Chronicle receives encrypted letters written by the killer calling himself the Zodiac, who threatens to kill a dozen people unless his coded message containing his identity is published. Political cartoonist Robert Graysmith, who correctly guesses his identity, is not the message is not in the message is not taken seriously by crime reporter Paul Avery or the editors and is excluded from the initial details about the killing. When the newspaper publishes the letters, a married couple deciphers one, revealing it indeed did not contain the killer's name. In September, the killer stabs law student Brian Hartnell and Celia Shepard at Lake Berissaye in Napa County. Celia dies 2 days later. At the office, Avery makes fun of Graysmith before the discuss the coded letters. Graysmith interprets the letter, which Avery finds helpful, and he begins sharing information. One Graysmith's insights about the letters is that Zodiac's reference to the man is the most dangerous animal of them all. Reference to 1932 film The Most Dangerous Game, which features the villainous Count Zaroff, a man who hunts live human prey. They're saying that the humans are the most dangerous animal to hunt. Scared? 2 weeks later, San Francisco taxicab driver Paul Stein is shot and killed in the city's Presidio Heights district. The Zodiac killer mails pieces of Stein's blood-stained shirt to the Chronicle along with a taunting letter. San Francisco Police Inspector Dave Toschi and his partner Bill Armstrong are assigned to the case by Captain Marty Lee and work closely with Vallejo's Jack Mulinex Captain Ken Narlo Napa. Someone claiming to be the Zodiac continues to send taunting letters and speaking on the phone with lawyer Melvin Belly on KGO TV, morning talk show hosted by Jim Dunbar. In 1971, detectives Toshi Armstrong and Mulinex questioned Arthur Lee Allen, a suspect in the Vallejo case. They noticed that he wears a Zodiac wristwatch with the same logo used by the killer, and Toshi thinks he is the killer. However, handwriting expert insists that Allen did not write the Zodiac letters, even though Allen is said to be ambidextrous. Avery receives a letter threatening his life. Becoming paranoid, he turns to drugs and alcohol. That's, yeah, because the movie, yeah, because the guy got addicted to drugs and alcohol, but that was the reason, more specifically, right now. He turns to drugs and alcohol. He shares information with Riverside Police Department that the killer might have been active before the initial killings, angering Toshi and Armstrong. The case's notoriety weighs on Toshi, who cannot sit through a Hollywood film, Dirty Harry, loosely based on the Zodiac case. By 1978, Avery has moved to the Sacramento Bee. Graysmith persistently contacts Toshi about the Zodiac murders and eventually impresses him with his knowledge of the case. While Toshi cannot directly give Graysmith access to the evidence, he provides names in the police department where Zodiac murders occurred. Armstrong transfers from the San Francisco Police Homicide Division. Toshi is demoted for supposedly forging the Zodiac letter. Graysmith continues his own investigation profiled in the Chronicle and gives a television interview about the book he is writing on the case. He begins receiving phone calls from someone breathing heavily as his obsession deepens. Graysmith loses his job and his wife Melaine leaves him, taking their kids. Graysmith learns that Allen lived close to Farron and probably knew her, that his birthday matches the one the Zodiac gave. He spoke on the Melvin Belly's maids, while circumstantial evidence seems to indicate his guilt. The physical evidence, such as the fingerprints and handwriting samples, do not implicate him. In 1983, Graysmith tracks Allen to a Vallejo Ace Hardware store where he is employed as a sales clerk. They stare at each other before Graysmith leaves. 8 years later, after Graysmith's book Zodiac has become a bestseller, Mike Magu identifies Allen from a police mugshot. A textual espionage indicates that Allen died before police could question him, that the case remains open. some development about it. Robert Graysmith first sold the film rights to his true crime book Zodiac. Shane Saleriano, with whom he had established a close relationship, Salerno managed to make a deal with Ricardo Mestres, no, and yeah, that's right, of Great Oaks Entertainment to co-produce, write the film for Touchstone Pictures. According to Straut Hazeldine, who was pitched to rewrite it, the script would have been about the Zodiac killers resurfacing in Los Angeles. James Vanderbilt had read Robert Graysmith's book Zodiac while in high school. Years later, after becoming a screenwriter, he got the opportunity to meet Graysmith and become fascinated by the folklore surrounding the Zodiac killer. He decided to try to translate the story into a script. Vanderbilt had endured bad experiences in the past in which endings of his scripts have been changed and wanted to have more control over the material. This time, he pitched his adaptation of the Zodiac to Mike Medavoy and Bradley J. Fisher from Phoenix Pictures, agreeing to write a spec script if he could have more creative control over it. Graysmith met Fisher and Vanderbilt at the premiere of Paul Schrader's film Autofocus, based on Graysmith's 1991 book about the life and death of actor Bob Crane. A deal was made. They optioned the rights to Zodiac and Zodiac Unmasked when they became available after languishing at another studio for nearly a decade. David Fincher was their first choice to direct, based on his work on Seven. Originally, he was going to direct an adaptation of James Ellroy's novel Black Death, later filmed by Brian De Palma, and envisioned a 5-hour, 80 million miniseries with film stars. When that failed to materialize, Fincher left that project and moved on to Zodiac. It's very interesting what people they go through to see all these different rabbit holes someone goes down to create a story. For the young Fisher, he was drawn to Zodiac's story because he spent much of his childhood in San Anselmo in Martin County. During the initial murders, he thought the killer was the ultimate boogeyman. The director was also drawn to the unresolved ending of the Vanderbilt's screenplay because it felt true to real life, as cases are not always solved. Fincher felt his job was to dispel the enduring mythic stature of the case by clearly defining what was fact and what was fiction. I think this made me think about Vince Fox, how Holly Weirdos haven't made a cool movie about him yet, or have they? Let's see. Let's figure out what this dude is about exactly. He was born 2 July 1942 as a Mexican businessman and politician who served the 67th President of Mexico from 2000 to 2006. After campaigning as a right-wing populist, Fox was elected president of National Action Party. Ticketed the 2000 election, became the first president not from the Institutional Revolutionary Party since 1929 and the first elected from the opposition since Francisco won Madero in 1911. Fox won with 43% of the vote. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right. Thanks, Latina. I was wondering, there's no information on here about the one you talk about. That was interesting, though, about the Mexican president. Okay. Okay. Was this the guy that I think I know about this? Yeah, I think I might have known about this. Yeah, I don't know if there's any movies about him. Let's see. One. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any movies about this guy. While the police found no evidence of foul play, several tabloids and newsletters speculated that Foster's death may have been a homicide, possibly involving the Clintons themselves. Subsequent investigations by Special Prosecutor Robert Fisk and the Senate Banking Committee concluded that there was no evidence of a homicide. Interesting. A final investigation led by the Special Prosecutor Kenneth Starr also concluded that there was no evidence to support the claim that Foster was murdered. Starr's reported addressed several additional questions about the physical and forensic evidence that had previously fueled speculation about the case. The report established the Foster owned handgun used in the self-deletion and confirmed that the body had been moved from its position prior to its discovery by police. The report concluded in sum, based on all available evidence, which is considered the OIC, Office of Independent Counsel, agrees with the conclusion reached for the official entry has examined the issue. Mr. Foster committed self-deletion by gunshot wound. Latina says someone should make a movie about these efforts connected to the bigger effects. Well, I was to say the efforts. Somewhat about these efforts connected to the bigger efforts that enjoyed lying about making some stains on Monica Lewinsky's famous blue dress. That was funny, Latina. Happy the chinchilla. There's certainly a conspiracy there for certain. Yeah, so basically, the situation you have here is that there could have been some allegedly some foul play here, and it looks like certain people want to cause assassinations. And recently we could see that there is a failed one a couple of months ago. Well, a couple of them actually, and he's still around, thankfully. But yeah, so basically, these assassinations going on. That's not how in a civilized republic, democracy, whatever people want to call it, you do things like that. It's like, well, what are people hiding to have to do that? And I like how they want to make it look like it's an accident, like some assassin went out and did it. They should. I don't. Why don't they just make a movie about this? Although we know the Zodiac killer, we're reading about. It's good they made a movie about him. And all the other serial killers, why don't they make a movie about this specific situation? That'd be really interesting to see. What's to hide? I mean, Jesus said he did everything out in the open because he did nothing in secret. Happy the Chinchilla. Really cool name, by the way. I may just be a NorCal paramedic, but I am intelligent, and even as a kid, I just couldn't believe the mess is going on around at the time. Oh, okay. Understood. Understood. I have some other friends from over there, and they think the same way. And now, I wasn't around then, but basically what happened was I think that, people like you, like regular people, can see that something's going on. The elites get really out of touch. It seems to happen throughout history. They get out of touch with reality, and they live in a fantasy world. They belong on Shutter Island, but the people can see what's going on. You're welcome. And also, Latina says, I think the closest thing to a movie about this guy was Unsolved Mysteries reenactment you played once on your live stream. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about, Latin. That makes sense. This was in '93. The suicide has nevertheless continued to fuel speculation. The presidential candidate Donald Trump made news in 2016 when he remarked in an interview with Washington Post that the Foster's death was very fishy, and added, I will say there are people who are continuing to bring it up because they think it was absolutely a murderer. I don't do that because I don't think it's fair. And he wasn't too far off in my opinion. I don't think the guy was too far off because you know his feathers got ruffled up unfortunately, but thank God he's still around because it looks like they try to do something to him. It seems it just you see there's like a pattern that goes on. And I was talking in another stream about the list of presidents, and there was a president that where assassinations happened, and they were done by the same type of people that you would think that would do assassinations. It's nothing new under the sun. This was like even before the Russian Revolution, they were doing stuff here like that. This is nothing new that we see today. That's really cool, Chinchilla. Facts. Torn note. A draft of registration letter was found torn in 27 pieces in a briefcase after his death. Associate White House Counsel Steve Neuwirth discovered the torn piece of the note in Foster's briefcase on July 26. After receiving the note from Neuwirth, White House Counsel Bernard Nussbaum handled the note various times before giving it to Park Police Lieutenant Joseph Megby the following evening. The United States Department of Justice revealed the notes contain contents at a joint press conference with the park on August 10. The DOJ stated that a smuggled palm print was on the note, but no fingerprints. They confirmed the handwriting as Foster's. California is a beautiful state. It really is. It's unfortunate what's going on over there, but it truly is beautiful. Nice land. And the weather's pretty good over there too, from what I hear. Like you probably could grow an avocado plant and it won't get frozen. But now, I do think you probably have to, from what Latina told me, I think you would have to cover them. I think you have to cover them. Because it does get pretty cool over there. It does. But the weather, I think, seemed more better than other areas. Anyway, so it's along the same topic, sort of. I learned that song, like I called Lone Star Song by Grant Lee Buffalo, was actually written and directly make references to the Waco incident. Okay, thank you, Chinchilla. Well, I then at that case the avocados would get cold. Absolutely. Because I was just thinking, Chinchilla, it's like it does get cold over there. I mean, I'd say it's cooler over there most of the time than it is where I am. But basically, yeah, it gets cool over there. 24 degrees, yeah. Now, where I am, the humidity's very high, so it makes it feel colder than it is. But yeah, it's quite chilly up there right now, where you are. That's a good analysis, Latina. Absolutely. The United States Department of Justice revealed that the note's contents joint press conference with Park Police on August 10. The DOJ stated that smuggled palm print was on the note, but no fingerprints. They confirmed the handwriting is Foster's. Independent counsel Robert Ray's report regarding the Whitewater controversy stated the FBI laboratory performed a 1995 fingerprint examination of the note and identified Nussbaum's palm print on it. Their their handwriting experts stated that the note was a forgery, with Oxford University manuscript expert Ergineland Auton stating that the forgery was done by moderate forger, not necessarily a pro somebody who could forge a check. However, the final report stated that three separate handwriting analyses of the note by Capitol Police and FBI determined that the handwriting on the note was Foster's. SoCal is like that usually, warmer and nicer weather, but we are very much in the higher elevations. Yeah, because I have friends in SoCal, and that's what I'm more familiar with. I'm more familiar with SoCal. And, but you're up on the northern part of it, so it would be cooler, of course. Yeah, but yeah, because I'm thinking it's a gigantic state. It's like a long like loaf of bread, like a piece of French bread. That's what Cali is. Yeah. So basically, thank you for that clarification about north and south. Happen to lay. I have no idea about that. We'll have to look into that. Independent counsel Robert Ray's report regarding the White Water controversy stated that the FBI laboratory performed a 1995 fingerprint examination of the note identified Nussbaum's palm print on it. Three handwriting experts stated that a note was a forgery, with Oxford University manuscript experts Reginald Alton stating that the forgery was done by a moderate forger, not necessarily a pro somebody who could forge a check. However, the final report stated that there is a separate handwriting analyst. Okay. The Arkansas Project. On May 1999, the Washington Post published new details on the pursuit of Foster conspiracy in an article by David Brock, a key figure in the Choppergate and Whitewater scandals, whose disillusionment with the political corruption motivating what would become to known as the Arkansas Project ended his commitment to the conservative movement and facilitated public dissemination of the insider details on what he described as the GOP machinations. The article explains how Brock was summoned to a meeting with Rex Armstead in Miami, Florida, at an airport hotel. Brock claims that Armstead laid out for him an elaborate Vince Foster murder scenario, a scenario that he found implausible. The people running the show lie to us and sell us fairy tales in the mainstream media, but I try not to buy their shitty stories. It's like a it's like, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. No, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, something like that. Right, can't buy the hype. All right, so then we have this right here. We'll look him up too, and basically we have that, and then the Clinton Chronicles, a political firestorm. In 1997, crime reporter Dan Moldia was approached by Regnery Publishing House, a conservative group whose leadership was impressed by Moldia's published work, to publish a book on the Foster's case. In research Foster's death, Moldia found that the document relating to the Whitewater Corporation were removed from Foster's office on July 22 and sent to the Clintons' personal attorney, and that most often used conspiracy scenario could be traced back to Park Police Robert Hines, who shared the idea of Reed, Irene, and Christopher Ruddy. Moldia concludes that Madge Hines publicly maintains that Hines incorrectly told Irene and Ruddy there is no exit wound in Foster's head. I don't think there was anything nefarious here. He was being approached by reporters and he wanted something to say. Alright. So there you go. That's a conspiracy theory about him. And now let's look at this other person that she's talking about. And alright. So got this rancher. As Finn Ekium moved his hands down, he turned towards the approaching taser holding officer and repeatedly yelled, "You're going to have to shoot me." The troopers believed him to be armed and considered his hand positioned to signal immediate threat to life. The taser hold officer. Let's read about this one. Robert Lavoie, Come on. Come on. Okay, let's just Robert. All right, Robert Lavoie was one of the American militants who staged an armed occupation of the Melanier National Wildlife Refuge in 2016. I've never heard of this. You know, Latina, I've never heard of this ever. After it began the occupying. Okay, Latina, thank you. She says, alleged he was unarmed. The media is lying about him, she says. All right, thank you. In January 2016, after began occupying force organized itself as the Citizens of Constitutional Freedom, of which Finitikim was a spokesman. He was only fatally one of the occupation. He was the only one fatally wounded of the occupants. On January 26, 2016, law enforcement officers attempted to arrest Finikium and other occupation leaders while they were traveling on a remote highway to meet with supporters in the next county. When the Finicum's truck was finally stopped by a roadblock, he exited the vehicle into the deep snow and was fired upon, but the officers missed. Finikim then made two motions to his jacket while yelling. Now, Latina alleges this was false. All right. So just keeping that out there, what she was saying her take about it is, and that he was not armed, allegedly, and the media is allegedly lying about it. All right. And just everybody keep that in mind. All right. Because we know the media is known to BS things, and history can be written by victors and all these different factors to keep into consideration. Always stay hungry, and even if it's considered foolish by some, for more knowledge. All right. When Fictium's truck was finally stopped by the roadblock, he exited the vehicle into deep was open, but the officers missed. He made two motions to his jacket while yelling at police that they would have to shoot him, which I know doesn't really make any sense. Like, why would they have to? Like, what's that supposed to mean? Like, why would you want to do that to yourself? Which they did. Finikium was deleted, unfortunately, on the scene, and the officers later found a loaded weapon in his pocket, allegedly. All right. Before the occupation, Fickium lived in Arizona, where he made a living as a foster parent and operated a no-income cattle ranch. And he looks pretty cool. Latina says he's an American hero. Understood. He has 11 children. All right. And also, okay. We have this. Go over here. Okay. I got your message. Understood, Latina. All right. Okay. All right. Voice. Yeah. Okay, and just gonna go here real quick. I'm about to get you on. Okay. All right. All right. Sure, I got all this together. Okay. All right. Going to switch over here. All right. Okay, so she wants to call in. All right, let's see. All right, so she's going to call in to the show. All right, let's get this ready. Okay. All right, let's see. Did she? All right, Latina, you can call into the show if you want. Oh, okay, okay, understood. All right, so 5. Yeah, I'll get it to you, Latina. Okay. Okay. So Latina wants to call into the show. Let's make that clear. All right. For Latina to call in, and I'll just do this. 5. Okay. So Latina will call into the show, and we'll do that. There. Okay. All right. So I believe she has it now. So I'll take this off temporarily. Yes.
Hello. Sorry about my voice. I am recovering from a cold. But yeah, his name is pronounced Lavoy Finicum. And he really, I believe he is a hero because um, of the way I've heard what really happened. I think he was just trying to help farmers. And I really think that some people, running the show really didn't like what he was trying to do by teaching the things he was wanting to teach, which you're going to read about. And I don't know if you feel comfortable trying to play some of the songs. But I think that they're not copyrighted, or I'm not sure. But I'm sure you could play like 2 seconds if you wanted to later, or just listen to it on your own, and I can post a link for other people to listen to it later
Right.
in the chat. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, thanks for Latina. Good call. Calling into the show. All right. So that was a very good call by Latina, and she could put the links in the chat for people that want to see the songs he did. And thank you for giving your take on this topic. All right. So now we're gonna put this all back on. All right. So basically, I have this thing kind of like set up a certain way where I will have the so I do the calls with the through the speaker on the TV set now with the speakers on there, because usually it was something in the computer, but I have to update something in it, update the app. So that's why at the moment we do it this way, but it all works fine. So that was I do a little bit differently than other shows do it, because I use the technology from the TV screen, because the monitor I have is a TV screen. Actually, it's not a computer monitor. And all right, so we're gonna get back to this, reading more about this, about him. We're gonna read more about him, and okay, here we go. We're gonna be continuing onward now. All right, so according to High Country News, the public record of Phoenicium is the prior of 2014. In 2002, he filed for bankruptcy while living in New Mexico and doing business as Southwest Horse and Trails. By 2008, he operated a foster home for troubled boys near Chino Valley, Arizona, according to a 2010 tax filing. Catholic Charities Community Service in Arizona paid the family $115,343 to foster children in 2009. In January 2016, the state removed all of Phoenicium's foster children because of his involvement with the armed occupation of the Malin-Hare Wildlife Refuge. During that time, Phoenicium also operated a ranch that did not produce income. After the state removed his foster children, Phoenicium told the media, "My ranch, well, the cows just cover the cost of the ranch." That's facts. Initial protests. In August 2015, Phoenicium decided to cease complying with the terms of his grazing permit with the Bureau of Land Management, BLM. At the time, he released a YouTube video in which he claimed it was unconstitutional for the federal government to own BLM lands, and said he was inspired by a Nevada rancher, Clevin Bundy, and events surrounding the 2014 Bundy standoff. In less than 6 months, Phoenicium incurred more than $12,000 in fines, which he refused to pay. I was just talking about all the serial killer. Not that it has anything to do with this, but synchronicity, because I was talking about Ted Bundy technically when I was talking about the movies they made about serial killers, so that's interesting. And this other Bundy with nothing to do with the serial killer. It's interesting that name's mentioned again. A synchronicity is like an unrelated like scenario. Like say you're thinking, let's say you meet somebody named Rachel, and then on the radio you'll hear the word Rachel on the radio. Something like it seems like a coincidence, but it's some sort of a other kind of meaning to it. This is an example. And so anyway, yeah, who is this rancher? All right, is this another rancher? Okay. Now, I don't, it's interesting that these people would be treated like this. It's like people got to understand, it's like, in my opinion, the U.S. government can maybe do stuff to its own people. Like, why, there's like people living in cars and stuff, but they give the money out to these foreign wars. And people like say the like indigenous people may be upset. It's like, hey, they don't really like their own people either. It's like they're supposed to help. So it's not to be mad at America or America's customs or American people, but it's this elite organization, it seems, in my opinion, that's causing a problem, and they seem to care about their own selfish interest and their own self-preservation and existence over the existence of their people in the nation, if that makes any sense. In all my opinion, of course. I'm just a silly, funny alien on a computer talking to Earthlings. What do I know? In less than 6 months, Phoenicium acquired more than 12,000 in fees and fines, which he refused to pay. In 2016, Phoenicium was enormously mentioned in the court filings in the government's felony case against William Kebler, who planted a bomb at a BLM cabin near Phoenicium's ranch earlier that year. In the first complaint filed with the court, the government alleged Phoenicium had accompanied Kelber on a reconnaissance of the cabin in 2015. However, the government later filed corrected explanation, and the FBI agent testified that Phoenicium had not actually been there. His widow said Kebler had been at their ranch on other business that day, and said that her husband had no knowledge of Kleber's bombing plans. Latina says a lot of politicians never had real jobs, started a business, or grew up poor. They mostly have their heads up each other's arses. Exactly. Participation in the occupation. Phoenicium was a spokesman for the armed militias who occupied Malheurs National Wildlife Refuge in early 2016. He was dubbed Trapman by MSNBC. Of course, by MSNBC. There are a bunch of intellectual geniuses over there. I mean, I'm glad they're on this case and telling the truth to the people. For sitting outside at night in a rocking chair, holding a rifle on his lap, and sometimes covering himself completely with a blue trapulian for additional protection against elements. When asked on January 6 if he would rather be killed then arrested. If occupation turned violent, Finicium replied, I have no intention of spending any of my days in a concrete box. So he wouldn't have wanted to be in prison. I don't blame him. First arrest attempt. On January 26, Finicium was one several occupation leaders who left the refuge in Harney County two-truck convoy. The convoy also included occupation leaders Amon occupation leaders, let's see, Ammon Bundy, Ryan Bundy, Swana Cox, and Ryan Payne, and two supporters of Victoria Sharp and Brian Cavalier. Their intent was to speak in public meeting, and John Day, Grant County. Finicium was driving his white 2015 Dodge Ram pickup, followed by a dark colored Jeep. Lavoy. It's just the article says, it doesn't say his name. I'll say Lavoy. I like that's much more easier to say. But the article, they say people, they will sometimes, they'll address people by their last names. You know, in class sometimes they address people by their last names. But she says Finicium. Okay, that's how you say it. Finicium. Lavoy. State and federal authorities used the opportunity to intercept them with a two-phase operation involving a traffic stop and a roadblock. About 2 miles further along the highway, both were set up on the unpopulated stretch of U.S. Route 395 in Harney County. The operation had originally been planned for a location in adjacent Grant County, but was moved to Harney County because Federal Bureau of Investigation and Oregon State Police considered the Grant County Sheriff Glenn Palmer to be a security leak because of the favorable comments he had made with the respect of the militants. Authorities feared a militia response, and a location was selected with poor cell phone service. As the convoy entered in operation, vehicles driven by the FBI and OSP pulled behind the Jeep. When the Jeep pulled over, the Amon Bundy and Brian Cavalier, Cavalier, were peacefully arrested. The driver, Jeep Mark McConnell, was a government informant, and the only occupant of the vehicle with the firearm was not arrested or charged. Driving the leading vehicle. Finicum initially kept going but eventually stopped as well. Police fired a 40 millimeter plastic tipped round of pepper spray, which hit the top of his truck. At that point, Ryan Payne exited Finicum's truck and surrendered peacefully. Finicum's other passengers, Ryan Bundy, Swana Cox, and Victoria Sharp, remain in his truck. After Payne's surrender, Cox and Bundy each started recording cell phone video of the confrontation. The video captured police identifying themselves as Oregon State Police and ordering Finicum to turn off his engine, refusing their order. Finicum yelled back that he was going to meet Palmer. The only way officers could prevent meeting was to shoot him. Finicum yelled at the troopers, "You back down." Now, Latina says allegedly this was not true. "You back down, you delete me now, go ahead. Put the bullet through me, I don't care. I'm going to go meet the sheriff. You do as you demand. All well, please." Government informant, basically a regular person who snitches or makes shit up to get others in trouble. A sellout coward. I agree. It reminds me of Woody from YSL. It's a rap group, and Woody kept snitching. This is allegedly pictures of it, of him reaching to the side of his pocket. Alright, so that's like the officer, and that's him allegedly reaching to the side of his pocket to get something out, to do something, allegedly. Now, he did say he didn't want to spend his life in a prison, but I take Latina's word for it, though. Fight to the death. Above 7 minutes after stopping his truck, Finicum drove away at a high speed with his 3 remaining passengers. They were pursued by officers about 1 mile later. Finicum rounded a bend and spotted the roadblock, trying to avoid a spike strip. Finicum braked and swerved. His truck plunged into the deep snow, narrowly missing the FBI agent. When Finicum's truck became stuck in the snow, he immediately left the vehicle with his hands raised, shouting, "Go ahead, delete me," just as 2 shots were fired by an FBI agent. 1 shot struck the roof of Finicum's truck, other went wide. These shots became the subject of controversy because the FBI agent initially failed to disclose them. Exactly. I hope they report on the corruption of lifetime welfare recipient government employees. I agree. Yes, I agree. Meanwhile, Finicum moved about the snow. Meanwhile, Finicum moved about in the snow, alternating between holding his hands above his head and seemingly reaching into his jacket, where officers later found a loaded semi automatic weapon. OSP officers and FBI agents armed with rifles positioned themselves along the road while OSP officer who hoisted his firearm and equipped himself with a non-lethal taser walked toward him from the tree line with intention of subduing him. As Finicum moved his hands down, he turned towards the approaching taser holding officer, repeatedly yelling, you know the rest, and believed Finicum was armed and they would have to shoot him. Considered his hand position to signal an immediate threat. Life taser holding officer Finicum was holding his jacket with his left hand, reaching for his pocket with the right. Two troopers fired a total of 3 times, and third, who was about to fire, held back, realizing a fourth shot was not needed. Medical assistance was given Finicum approximately 10 minutes after the shooting. Ryan Bundy received minor shrapnel wound during the incident. Government employees. Aftermath of death. Investigation. After Finicum's death, officials stated that he was reaching for a gun in his pocket. Not his pocket, but his pocket, rather. He was shot by a state trooper. The FBI also said a loaded handgun was found in Finicum's pocket. It was later identified as a 9mm Ruger SR9 handgun. Finicum received the handgun as a gift from his stepson. His public autopsy was performed on January 28, but officials withheld the autopsy report from the press until March 8. The cause of death was listed as 3 gunshot wounds in the back, abdomen, and chest, and were specified as gunshot entry from the back. Posture, left shoulder, left upon the back right, and lower back. Finicum got out the vehicle to protect the women and children that he feared would be shot for being in the vehicle with him. And that's what a man's supposed to do, Latina. They're supposed to do stuff like that because there's bad people out there that want to cause harm and hurt the people. Yeah. Investigators with the Deutsches. No, it's not that. It's Deschutz County Sheriff's Office assigned the process, the science. Finicum's shooting were accounting for the 2 known sets of shots fired by the OSP officer during the event. The shots that deleted Finicum and the earlier shots that struck his vehicle, they discovered a bullet that struck the roof of the truck, a different trajectory. After ascertaining the bullet's existence with the cell phone video taken by one of Finicum's passengers, investigators modeled the bullet's trajectory using computers and determined that the bullet was fired from the direction where 2 FBI agents were standing. They later determined that an FBI hostage rescue team members fired twice at Finicum, missed him but injured a second militant in the process. The agent, whose identity was withheld, was under the investigation along with four other FBI agents who were suspected of attempting to conceal evidence of the gunshot. They reportedly told investigators that none of them fired a shot during the incident. During the initial processing of the scene, the rifle cartridge casing purportedly fired by the FBI agent were reported not present. However, an OSP officer later described seeing two casings at the scene near where FBI agents were positioned. FBI aerial surveillance video shows agents searching the area, then huddling together before breaking up moments later, with one agent bending over twice to pick up an unknown object. Law enforcement officials began investigation into the gunshots after watching the full surveillance video, suspecting something was amiss. Two FBI pickup trucks were searched for casing, but none were found, while at least three OSP officers were interrogated about their initial processing of the scene. On March 8, officials revealed their findings to the public. The U.S. Department of Justice launched an investigation into the conduct of the agents. Deschutes County Sheriff Office investigators, along with the district attorneys of Malheur and Harney County, declared the Finicum's shooting death was justified and necessary, but it may have not been. On April 5, cell phone video footage shot by another Finicum's passengers was released by authorities. Oh, it's over with. Authorities attempted to withhold identities of the two state troopers who shot Finicum. Nevertheless, during Astria's trial, one witness accidentally identified one of them as Lieutenant and now Superintendent Casey Cotting. Reactions. Before the video of the action was released, some of the militants and supporters had claimed that Finicum was cooperating with the police when he was shot. This included claim that the Nevada investigator Michelle Fior, who was not present at the arrest, that he was just murdered with his hands up, like what Latina is saying. Cleveland Bundy was quoted as saying Finicum was sacrificed for a good purpose. In March 3 interview in a jail, Amman, Bundy called the shooting egregious and said that the officers involved should be ashamed of it. At a news conference, officials had initially declined to comment on Finicum shooting because the encounter was still under investigation. But they later released surveillance video of the incident, which officials said shows Finicum reaching for a handgun after Fagening surrendered. However, Finicum's family continued to dispute the nature of the shooting, claiming that he was shot in the back while his hands were up in the air, and denied the FBI's assertion that Finicum was armed at the time of his death. Finicum family commissioned a private autopsy but declined to make the results public. The Oregon State Police received death threats on February 6. More than 1,000 attended Finicum's funeral, wow, in Kanab, Utah, while others rebuilt a raised memorial of U.S. Route 395. About another 100 people, led by 3%ers, rallied in Idaho state capitol in the afternoon in honor of Finicum, who they believed was an unarmed at the time of his deletion. On March 4, a group of about a dozen armed protesters surrounded the federal courthouse in Tucson, Arizona, demanding the state troopers be shot, Finicum be indicted, and fired. Another rally, led by Finicum's widow, was held in Utah State Capitol on March 5 with 200 to 300 people in attendance. Several dozen rallies were held at locations throughout the U.S. on the following Saturdays. On May 12, more than a dozen Arizona politicians wrote a letter to Oregon Governor Kate Brown in which they asked her to conduct another more transparent investigation into Finicum's death. On August 27, 2016, Finicum's widow, Jeanette, announced her plans to sue OSP and the FBI for civil rights violations relating to his death. She retains the California-based attorney who also represented Ryan Bundy for the case. On January 26, 2018, Finicum's family filed a wrongful death suit in the United States District Court in Pendleton, Oregon. Named as defendants were the United States, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Oregon State Police, the Bureau of Land Management, the Oregon Governor Kate Brown, and Greg Britzing, former FBI special agent in charge in Portland, acquitted FBI agent Astrieta, the U.S. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, former U.S. Senator Harry Reid of Nevada, Harney County Sheriff Dave Ward, Harney County Commissioner Stephen Gratzy, and Center for Biological Diversity, and unarmed officers. The lawsuit sought more than $5 million in damage for Finicum's wife, each for their 12 children and estate. Kerrigan succinctly excused the director of the Center of Biology Diversity, called a suit bizarre, incoherent, yet nonetheless dangerous attacks on free speech. On July 24, 2020, federal magistrate Judge Patricia Sullivan diminished claims against all defendants except the Oregon State Police. In August 2021, the U.S. District Judge Michael W. Mosman diminished the family's claims against Oregon State Police, the former state police superintendent, the state troopers who fired Finicum. All claims filed against federal government, FBI, Harney County, and former Harney County Sheriff Dave Ward. Only a single rights claim against Governor Katie Brown survived the rulings. All right, well, and I also have something else to read from her. All right, let's go here. All right, all right. Getting there. Okay. All right. All right. Here I am. I'm still here. We're still going to be chilling. Alrighty. Okay. All right. All right, Latina. I'll do that. Yeah, and Dave, who's Dave? I was about to say that for a second. Like, that's news to me. Okay, but she meant save. She's uh, dropping some late night bars. All right. All right. So basically, thank you, Latina, for that information. I've not heard of that before. So thanks for bringing that to my attention. Well, certainly we'll talk about that in future streams. I'm going to read a little bit of this, and then I'm going to go to a scary, to a kind of a spookyish urban legend, which will be brief, and then it'll be it. Okay. Right. To what is fiction? He told Vanderbilt that he wanted the screenplay rewritten with the research done from the original police reports. Fincher found that there was much speculation and hearsay, and therefore wanted to interview people who were directly involved in the case in person to see if their stories were believable. He did this because he felt a burden of responsibility in making a film that convinced someone of humanly. All right. Okay. This is like I got bring this to y'all's attention. It's kind of crazy, but we're gonna go here. Okay. All right. Okay. So something kind of like cool here. This thing was like, okay, a water-fueled car is an automobile that hypothetically derives its energy directly from water. Fueled cars have been the subject of numerous international patents, newspapers, and popular science magazine articles, local television news and coverage, and websites. The claims for these devices have been found in pseudoscience and somewhere found in most investment frauds. These vehicles may claim to produce fuel from water on broad with no other energy input, maybe a hybrid claiming derivative from some energy source such as gasoline. Most proposed water fueled cars rely on some electrolytes to separate water and hydrogen oxygen and reclined them to release energy. However, the first and second guarantee the energy requires a separate elements will always be at least as great as useful energy released, so this cannot be used to produce net energy. The hundredth monkey effect. The hundredth monkey effect is an estrocentric idea that claims a new behavior or idea is spread rapidly by unexplained means from one group to all related groups. Once a critical number of members of one group exhibit the new behavior or acknowledge the new idea, the behavior was said to propagate. Even the groups that are physically separate have no apparent means of communicating with each other. Since it was first popularized, the effect has been discredited in many cases in research. One of the primary factors in the spread of the concept is that many authors quote secondary tertiary or post-tertiary sources that have themselves misinterpreted the origins of the observations. The hundredth monkey effect was popularized in the mid to late 1970s by Lyle Watson, who documented the findings of several Japanese primatologists from 1950s. Watson 1970s. Between 1952 and 1953, primatologists conducted a behavioral study of a troop of Maca fuscata, Japanese Macu or snow monkeys, on the island of Koshima. The researchers would supply these troops with such foods as sweet potatoes, wheat in open areas, often on beaches and unanticipated byproduct of the study was that the scientists witnessed several innovative evolutionary behavioral challenges by the troop, who two of which were orchestrated by one young female, and the others by the sibling or contemporaries. The account of the only one of these behavioral changes spread into the phenomenon, the 100th monkey effect, which Watson would then loosely publish as a story. According to Watson, the scientist observed the same of the monkeys learned to wash sweet potatoes. Initially, an 18-month-old female member named Imo by the researchers of the troop. In 1953, Imo discovered the sand and grit could be removed from the potatoes by washing them in the stream or the ocean. Gradually, this new potato washing the habit spread through the troop, as usual fashion, an observed repetition, unlike most of the food customs. This behavior was learned by the older generation of monkeys from the younger ones. Alright. That's some interesting psychological rabbit hole right there. All right, Haunted Doll is a handmade manufactured doll or a stuffed toy that is claimed to be cursed or possessed by it in some way. There's a couple of these. There's a couple of these things, and so basically the history of it is, according to Linda Rodriguez, the concept of the malevolent dolls gained attention in the 20th century when film entertainment technology was able to realistically portray safe, inanimate objects like dolls dangerously animated. Mick Robbie cites examples such as 1936 The Devil Doll by Todd Browning, The Living Doll exposed a series of Twilight Zone, a doll from Poltergeist and Chucky, dolls featured in children's play film franchises as well as B-movie variations of homicidal doll themes such as Dolly Dearest, Demonic Toys, etc. And Robert is a haunted doll, allegedly, is a doll claimed to be possessed by a spirit that is displayed in the East Metro Museum, Key West, Florida. Annabelle, a classic one, is a Raggedy Ann doll, allegedly Ed and Lorraine Warren, to be haunted and displayed with Warren's Occult Museum. And Let to the Doll, Kerry Walton has appeared on a number of television programs with a doll claimed to have found while visiting the abandoned building in 1972 in Wagga Wagga. According to the Walton, he named the doll Let to Me Out because of its supposed supernatural abilities. characterized by Walton claims that people have seen the doll move from them and that the doll has visible scuffle marks on the house. And then you have O Ki Ikkyu. According to the modern Japanese folklore in 1918, a teenager named Echisuki purchased a large doll from Hoyokiado from the younger sister Okikyu, who gave the doll her name. When Okikyu died, her family claimed to believe Okyu's spirit was inhabiting the doll, and the hair in the doll was growing. The doll resides in the Menaji Temple in Hokkaido, where it is claimed that the priest regularly terms Okyu's still growing hair. Alright. And so those are some of the dolls. There's a couple more, but we'll get to that another time. And it's going to call this... okay. So, in other news, what I did was I got the farm... not the farm animals. I don't know what I'm talking about. I planted some winter crops today for the cooler weather. I planted some winter spinach, some daikon, and some of the breakfast radishes. So I'm excited about that. We'll see how that goes because it does good in this wintry type weather. And daikon is this. I'll explain what that is. Right, so these Japanese radishes. And they're very good. Kind of like carrots. Right, so that's one of the things are growing, and also the winter spinach. Let's see if we get anything specific here. Looks kind of like that. I mean, all spinach looks kind of similar, but it's a winter variant. Yeah. Okay. And then these kind of radishes a little bit different. They kind of look like carrots too. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. All right. So that's some stuff I'm putting in the garden. And bring me back. Okay. All right. So basically, so I'm glad I mentioned that about my garden. At the end of it, I'm excited about it. Yeah. So we had a very good stream, everybody, and this is it. It's over. I'm closing it out now. And Latina, thank you for bringing our new guest, and whoever is watching, listening. I appreciate you for tuning in. You could be anywhere else, but you chose to be here with me. And everybody else in chat, we learned some interesting stuff tonight, and I'm glad we did this as a tribute to the Thanksgiving season also. So all of y'all take care and have a great weekend. And Latina says, those pair nicely with some Mexican style beef tacos. Well, I didn't know that, Latina. Thank you for telling us. I'll keep that in mind to put that on there. I always appreciate the food suggestions. All right. So thank you, Latina, for everything. And she says, thanks everyone for joining the spaceship. And this is a late night special. The earlier streams I do, they, usually have some more people in here. This is like a late night special. It's like a smaller group. All right. So, all right, everybody. Take care. Enjoy your weekend. And peace. And that was the wrong screen. I'm going to do this again. And peace.